Good afternoon and welcome to the 8th round of the FIDE Prix tournament in Paris. This is the last round before the rest day tomorrow. An interesting day, the same as all other days when the strong players are playing and fighting hard against each other. Before proceeding with the comments of the round, I would like to tell you a very interesting and unusual story. Yesterday evening, when we were all about to leave to our hotels, here we saw the person from the Sri Lankan Chess Federation visiting this tournament. And of course, you must all understand that the person flew specially here from Sri Lanka just to pass through Paris to visit our tournament on his way to Tallinn, where the FIDE Congress is about to start tomorrow. And this person from the Sri Lankan Chess Federation loves chess so much that he bought the special ticket to transit through Paris, and then immediately after arrival in Charles de Gaulle airport, he spent 3 hours and take the RAR train to come to visit this tournament. Unfortunately for him, he came here too late when the games were already finished and we all about to leave. And all the travel to come here to visit the Paris tournament was in vain, because he had to leave immediately after his arrival. So his dream to visit the world top players did not realize at all. But luckily you can sit and follow this tournament at home, and if you are staying in the Paris area, then don't miss the possibility and try to come here in person to see, to look at the world leading players. Okay, so now I will comment on the games playing. First of all, about the tournament situation. Yesterday we saw that the leader of the tournament, Boris Gelfand, won another game against Alexander Grishuk. And now Boris is the sole leader of the tournament, having +3. On the second place is Hikaru Nakamura, who changed places with Fabiana Caruana. Fabiana Caruana yesterday lost like a child, and just after 15 moves of his game he could resign, just making only one his own move. Then he blundered a queen and the game was essentially over. In this tournament, Fabiana Caruana and Alexander Grishuk are fighting for the place in the next candidates tournament. So the intrigue is still there. Of course, Fabiana missed an excellent chance almost to secure his place in the candidates tournament. But now, after the loss of Caruana, the fight is still not over. So let us look at the current games, and we will start with the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura. So Vasily is not playing his best tournament. Nevertheless, he is staying exactly in the middle of the tournament table with 50%. And Nakamura is staying on the second place with +2. So definitely playing with the white pieces, Vasily will try to do his best in order to catch up with Nakamura. So let us look at the opening. E4, E5, Knight F3, knight c6. Now we see that the Ruy Lopez or the Spanish game is on board, and after bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, white chooses the line with d3, played mainly in order to avoid the open variation of the Ruy Lopez. Exactly this open variation has been played by Hikaru Nakamura in his game against Linier Dominguez several rounds before. In that game, Hikaru demonstrated a very deep level of his opening preparation, and he made a draw without any problem at all. And later at the press conference, he told that he knew all the theory until move 25. So the desire of Vasily to avoid the opening preparation of his opponent is quite understandable in this position. So he plays now the move d3. Besides the move queen e2, which I also play as well, this is a very good option in order to avoid the main variations of the Ruy Lopez. I have played d3 in many of my own games, showing good results, even winning the beautiful games. For example, you can look at my game against Elyanov. But of course, objectively speaking, it is quite difficult to fight for advantage playing d3. And after the move d3, black makes probably the best move in the position, and this is the move d6. Now the play takes a very quiet way, and the resulting positions are very, very complex and difficult to understanding. Usually, the stronger player simply wins in such positions. After the move d6, black wants to play b5, bishop b3, knight a5, exchanging the bishop on b3. And of course, in the Spanish game, in the Ruy Lopez, it is necessary to keep this bishop alive. So now c3 has been played, now g6, and now castle. Of course, besides the move castle, there are other possibilities for white. I like myself to develop the bishop to g5. Keeping my king on e1, I have the possibility to transfer the knight from b1 to d2, f1 and e3. So this setup is completely different to what Vasily chose in his game. But of course, the move played by Vasily is absolutely normal. But later, in order to coordinate his pieces, white needs to play rook e1, knight d2, knight f1, and so on. Bishop g7 now, rook e1, castle, h3. This is played in order to stop the possible move bishop g4 by black, because if white plays d4, then after e d4, c d4, for example b5, the bishop is going to b3 or c2. Black plays bishop g4, attacking this central pawn on d4. So the idea of the move h3, is exactly the following: to prepare the advancing move d3, d4. Now b5 and bishop c2. Besides the move bishop c2, it is also possible to play bishop b3, forcing black to play knight a5, bishop c2, c5 at some point. Bishop b7, and now white is thinking. He must try to understand how to play further. For example, if he plays now d4, then after e d4, c d4, he must be ready to encounter the move knight b4, attacking the bishop on c2 and also the central pawn e4. So it means that white should prepare this move d4, and now he must decide how to play further. Bishop g5 or knight bd2. Also, it is possible to play a4 with the idea to attack the pawn b5. So as we see, white has plenty of different possibilities. And of course, it is understandable that Vasily now is thinking he needs to choose the right plan. So let's now go further and look at the next game, and this is the game Ponomarev-Bakro. This now I see, just before showing the moves, that we have a very complex and unusual opening in this game, the Benoni. d4, knight f6, c4, g6, g3, bishop g7, bishop g2. So the normal continuation here for black would be to play d6, knight bd7, and then castle e5 to get the King's Indian defense on bot. But in this game, black played c5, and after d5, castle, knight c3, e6, knight f3. Now the exchange on d5, cd5, d6, castle, and now the move rook e8. We have Benoni on bot. In Russian language it is called Indian defense. Nowadays this variation has a dubious reputation for black, because with the correct play, white should be able to get the advantage here. But nevertheless, this variation is still quite popular, because the rising positions are very complex and difficult to play. Basically, this is the opening when you are playing against a weaker player as black and you desperately want to win. So in order to keep as many pieces as possible on board to have the winning chances, sometimes you need to take the risk. And exactly in these circumstances, this opening is popular. But the choice of Etienne in this game is not entirely understandable, because he is playing against one of the world's leading players. So let's see and look at what Etienne Bakro has in mind, and why he has chosen this opening as black. Now knight d2 has just been played, so everything this is theory. White is not in a hurry to play e2, e4 immediately, because then bishop g4 will follow, and the exchange of this bishop c8 usually favors black. So white refrains from playing e4, and he wants to put the knight on c4, then later play a4, and then to start play in the center by means of e4 and so on. So let us now go to the next game, Van Hao Dominguez. And here in this game we have the Catalan defense. As if you have been following the previous rounds of the tournament, then you can see that the Catalan defense is quite popular in this tournament. And the players are choosing different systems, different lines within the whole opening. So now c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, g3. If this order of moves is played against me, then mostly I play b6, bishop b7, and so on. But of course the move d5 is also possible and playable as well. Bishop g2, bishop e7, castle, castle, d4. Choosing exact this order of moves, white has managed to avoid the line with bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and then bishop e7 back. Nowadays, this variation with check on b4 is extremely popular for black, and choosing this order of moves, white has managed to avoid this system, because the bishop on c1 is much more flexible than the bishop on d2. If you have the bishop on c1 now, then you can develop it to b2, playing b3 and bishop d2, or you can develop to the square f4. But if you have the bishop already on d2, then only one option is available, to develop this bishop on f4. And now in this game, black took on c4. So this variation is quite popular in the connection with this position, because going for the main lines as c6, b6, then bishop b7, knight bd7 is not so good for black here, because white has an easy play. He can play knight c3, b3, bishop b2, queen c2, and then e4. And these positions are considered slightly better by white by the modern theory. So that's why dc4 has been played. Queen c2, now a6. So this is everything is theoretical. Now the main move is queen c4 here, but then black plays b5, queen c2, and now the move bishop b7. So this is the main line of the Catalan of this variation. But white in the game plays a4 instead of taking on c4 immediately, and this variation is less popular than the normal move queen c4. But Wang Hao in this tournament is very often choosing not the main lines, but rare second type lines, and he's trying to avoid the theoretical developments in the main lines, and in his turn he comes well prepared in the side lines. So I believe his idea to go away from the theory and to try to surprise the opponent, because he is really a strong original player. Bishop d7 has been played, because the biggest problem for black in the Catalan defense after taking on c4 is how to develop the bishop c8. If white manages to win this pawn on c4 and then finish the development and establish the control over the center, then of course white will be standing much better. Queen c4, bishop c6, now bishop f4, bishop d6. I see that Ligne Dominguez is playing very quickly, so it means that the relatively rare variation as a4 didn't produce the desired surprise. So Ligne is known what he is doing. And now after the move bishop g5, he is thinking. It gives us the possibility to move further and look at the following game, Pressinier-Tomaszewski. In this game, Evgeny is trying to defend his own variation in the Roy Lopez that he was already playing before in this tournament. And it was also played against another French player, Etienne Bacro. Then the game finished in a draw without really any problem for black. So let's see what is happening in the current game. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7, and d3. You can see that the move d2, d3 is quite popular in this tournament. We have already seen it being played on move 4, on move 5, and now the move 6. Playing like d2, d3, white is trying to avoid the main theoretical variations, and he tries simply to play chess in this game. So b5, because the pawn on e5 was already under attack. b5, bishop b3, d6, and now white makes a rather unusual move, a2, a3. Usually if white plays d3, then he wants to play a4 in order to attack the pawn b5 to create some play against it. So the plan with a3 is much more unusual. But in this tournament, Laurent tries to play different lines, different variation. In general, the choice of the move e4 on move 1 is slightly unusual, because he usually plays d4, and then we saw that in 3 of his games, and then it was the Queen's Indian defense. So castle, knight c3. So white play in this variation is connected with another idea. So he wants to try to play in the center, maybe knight d5 at some point, and then maybe c3, d4, or not playing on the queen side, neither on the queen side. White just tries to play in the center. Black has just played bishop g4, threatening to play knight d4, spoiling the pawn structure. Now bishop e3, knight d4, bishop d4, e d4, knight d5, knight d7. Everything this is being played very quickly. h3, bishop f3, queen f3, c6, knight f4, g6, g3, and bishop f6 now. And white has just played h4 here. 17 moves were already played, and it is obvious that Laurent is playing according to his home preparation, because at this moment he has 1 hour and 55 minutes left on his clock. And his plan is following. He wants to create the attack, to develop the initiative on the king's side, because after the exchange on d4 we now see that the d pawns are doubled and white has the majority on the king side. I don't know the theoretical developments in this variation, but if you just look at the position on board, then you can get a feeling that white is standing slightly better here. I like the position for white, because white can go and try to play for initiative, for advantage, without too much risk. And it is very important in chess, when you can get a pleasant position and play for a win without taking too much risk. So I believe that Laurent can be quite happy with the choice of the opening in this game. So now let us look at the game Grishuk-Giri. In this game, we have Alexander playing against Anish Giri. At the moment, Anish is standing on the last place with 3 games lost. But in the last rounds, he has managed to stabilize the situation, at least not losing. And Alexander playing in this game as white definitely will try to do his best in order to win this game, because if you want to qualify for the candidates tournament, then you must be able to win this game. And now I see that the opening, what we have is the English opening, and the variation which is on board I know very well. So let us look what is going in this game. So c4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6, and now the move e3. This variation is not so popular at the moment as the move g3 here. Bishop b4 has been played. This is a good reaction. Queen c2, and now I see that black has castled to the king side, and this move is not accurate. It is better for black to take on c3, and after queen c3, queen e7 followed by d5. Black has very good chances to equalize. I played this variation as black in many games, so I'm very well acquainted with this variation. But the move made by Anish Giri is not accurate, and the modern theory tells that after the move knight d5, rook e8, queen f5 is very strong. And now after d6, knight f6, queen f6, queen f6, g f6, we have the ending on board. I have played this ending once in my game against Alexander Lukin, so the famous coach of Svidler, for example, and this game was played about 20 years ago. So since then it is known that this variation is bad for black. I have analyzed this position deeply. I was trying to find one or another way to equalize, but was not able to find a suitable position for black. And since that game against Lukin, I have stopped playing this variation as black, completely switching to the move bishop c3, queen c3, queen e7, which in his turn gives equal chances. So for me it is obvious that Anish was not well prepared for the variation beginning with the move e3, and that he allowed his opponent to get the advantage from the first moves of the game. But still, of course, the position of black is not lost, and Anish is a very creative player, and he is my compatriot, so I wish him lot of defenses to try to find lot of defensive resources in this position, but I can assure you that the task to equalize in this position is extremely difficult, because first of all the pawn structure of black has been severely damaged. The pawn f7, f6 are bad, and also the bishop on b4 is misplaced in this position. So what lies ahead Anish is a difficult defense, but I still hope that he will find enough defensive resources to save this position. So now we can go to the next game, and this is the game Caruana Gelfand. Caruana yesterday lost in one move with a blunder to Hikaru Nakamura, and I believe that at this moment he is feeling terribly bad. And today's game is a good chance for him to rehabilitate and to try to win against the leader of the tournament. Because if he manages to win today, then of course his yesterday's terrible play will be quickly forgotten, and so just he will be praised for his fighting qualities. But of course, winning against such an experienced player as Boris Gelfand is always very difficult, and especially in this tournament when we see that Boris is in good form. So let's see what is going in this game. So the Sicilian defense is on board. After e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, the white player chooses now the move bishop b5. The most common way for white to avoid the main theoretical developments arising after the move d4. And I want to remind you that Boris Gelfand is a very good theoretician. So he knows theoretical developments of all the lines where what he is playing very well, and it is extremely difficult to get him out of his shell of the prepared openings. e6 and now castle. I believe that the most principal way to react for white here is to take on c6 to try to spoil the pawn structure of black, and then to try the weakness of the double pawns c6, c5. The rising positions are very complex. Sometimes they are double-sided and is a certain risk involved. But still, if you look at the games, for example, of Sergei Rublevsky or Viorel Balagan, then you can see that these players are taking on c6 and getting excellent results. So I believe that the castling is less principal move, and we've already seen this move played against Boris Gelfand several rounds before, when he played against another French player. It was Etienne Bacro, if I'm not mistaken. So knight g e7, and now the move d4. So white is trying to mix different systems. So usually d4 is played without developing the bishop to b5. So it looks like white is mixing two systems, and the move d4 in this position is very rare. Instead of d4, white usually plays rook e1 or c3. So choosing the rare move against Boris Gelfand is quite understandable, because you must play something rare against him, otherwise you cannot get him out of his opening preparation. And this is exactly what is Fabiano Caruana is trying to achieve in this game, to try to avoid the theory and force the game into the lines probably not known for Boris Gelfand. Now cd4, knight d4, and we see that as a result, black can play queen b6 and force white to take on c6. Because after knight c6, bc6, we see that the number of black pawns in the center is increasing, and usually this type of exchange favors black, because when black later plays d5, he simply will have more pawns in the center. But of course these are general words, and in a concrete situation it can work differently. So bishop d3. The knight now is standing on e7. Usually the best way for black to develop the knight in the structure, of course, to f6. But the knight is already on e7, so black has to develop this knight to g6. And now white plays c4, played with the idea to prevent black from forming a center, playing d7, d5 by himself. The drawback of the move c4 is obvious, the weakening of the square d4. Very often in the Paulsen defense structures, because now we have the structure very similar from the Paulsen defense. And the weakness of the square d4 in the future can bring serious problems for white. Just imagine the following situation. Black plays d6, bishop e7, e5, knight f8, knight e6, and knight d4. So if this, of course, will happen, then black will be standing better. So playing c4 to some point is a risky move. So, of course, black needs to spend a lot of time to transfer one of his pieces to the square d4. And white in his turn must try to organize some kind of play on the king side. So I believe that white is ready to play king h1 at some point, then maybe f4, f5, and try to create the attack on the black king. So I see this position as very dynamic, very interesting, and of course it is possible to predict that we will see a big fight in this game, because after yesterday's loss, Fabiano Caruana will try to rehabilitate himself and to show a decent play in this game. But of course, I don't know how he is feeling, because usually if you lose the game in a terrible way, then your sleep is destroyed. And I can presume that after yesterday's loss he slept very bad. And then of course if you feel not comfortable, not healthy, then it is very difficult to play for a win. Then in your turn you must try to get the quiet position to play without any risk. But this of course only my own speculations. I don't know how Fabian feels, and of course nobody knows besides his coach, because knowing such a thing before the game would give a big advantage to the opponent, because if you know that the opponent is not fit, then you can choose much more sharp variations, you can take much more risk. And usually the chess game is the game of speculations and evaluations. So you try to guess what your opponent doesn't know, you try to guess what the opponent will play, and also you try to guess how your opponent is feeling. So if you feel that the opponent is feeling miserable, then of course you are going for a fight. If you feel that the opponent is in good shape, then you are trying to choose a much more safe approach. So as the chess game is the game between two opponents, so it is not only the chess pieces that are moving on the board, it is also the game of different characters and different situations. So we have just made a full circle. We have looked at all 6 games of this round, and now we can start over again and look at the first game, and this is the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura, because this game is developing very quickly. And of course I was not expecting that in a variation where there is not so much theory, the players are playing so quickly. So let us look. After bishop b7, I've already told you that d4 is not so good, because then you have to take into account the exchange on d4 and the move knight b4. We've already looked at this variation, and Vasily chooses another plan, and he plays now knight b d2, rook e8, and now the move a4. So he is not trying to play in the center, which I thought would be a good option, but in his turn he wants to play on the queen side, maybe late b4, bishop b2, and to try to get some kind of activity on the queen side. After a4, knight b8 has been played. Not a very natural move from the first side, but actually this is happening quite often in the Spanish game when the black transfers this knight from c6 to b8 and to d7, because it is considered that the knight on d7 is standing better than on c6. b4 has just been played. Besides b4, white could have played and chosen the plan with d4 to try to get the control over the center, using the fact that the knight from b8 has moved away and not attacking the pawn d4. But in the game, white played b4. It is quite difficult to tell which plan is stronger, which plan is better, but instead of b4, personally myself, I would play d4. b4 has been played. Now the move c5. Otherwise, white would play knight b3 with idea knight a5. So playing c5, black prevents white from playing knight b3, knight a5. Now exchange on c5, dc5, bishop or rook b1 has been played, bishop c6, and now the move bishop b2. The play of Vasily looks a little bit strange for me, and I don't see anything direct for him in this position, and his only chance now lies in the possibility to play d4 at some point. This is basically his only chance to establish some kind of play and fight for the advantage. So at this moment, after the move bishop b2, black must find the way how to prevent this typical maneuver. For example, if now just black plays careless move knight d7, then d4 is quite strong. And after cd4, cd4, ed4, knight d4, we can see that the bishop on c6 is under attack, and white gets a slightly better position. So this is what white wants to play after the move bishop b2. But of course, difficult to imagine that this play by white can create serious, really serious problems for black, and I believe that he should be able to find a good way to stop this play and get a comfortable position. So let's go now for the next game, Ponomarev-Bakro. We have left this game when the play has just begun, and knight d2 has been played. Now the theoretical development continues. a6, a4, knight b d7, h3. So this is all theory. Rook b8, knight c4, knight e5, and now knight a3, played with an idea to prevent the possible move b7, b5. And now for black it is not possible to play bishop d7 because f4 is winning the knight on e5. So the plan with b7, b5 is one of the main strategical ideas for black in this position. So at the moment he plays now knight h5, e4, and now the move bishop d7. This is also a theoretical play, because after f4 it is necessary to take into account the move knight g3, and after f5, for example, bishop e5, and we see that in exchange for the piece, black not only has managed to win 2 pawns, but also the position of the white king is opened, and then the queen goes to h4, the pawn h3 under attack, f5 sometimes can follow, bishop d4 or check, and black compensation is very high. So after the move bishop d7, white is not going to win the piece, but he plays a5. When the queen is standing on d8, now if black takes on a5, then it is possible to play f4, because the position has changed. I'm not well acquainted with all these theoretical variations. I'm just telling you the common things. In the game after the move a5, black has played b5, now a b6, and the move bishop b5. So black is sacrificing some material, and now after the move bishop b5, knight b5 is possible here, for example this variation, and when the knight goes away we have the position from the Volga gambit, very similar. When black sacrifices the pawn, gets the open lines on the queen side, and try to establish the counterplay. It is necessary to point out that Etienne Bacro is playing very quickly at the moment. He has 1 hour 40 minutes left after the move 17, so obviously that he is playing according to his home preparation. If not immediate, but this variation must be studied some time ago, and he remembers these variations very well. Because if you don't know what you're playing here, then you simply do not go into this variation, because here the value of each move is very high, and one mistake from the black side can be fatal. And if the black player, and Etienne, is going into this variation, it means, I repeat, that he knows what he is doing in this variation. So Ruslan Ponomarev is thinking at the moment, and he must take a decision what to do. But of course, taking on b5 and going into this variation is the most natural reaction for white. So let us go for the next game, Van Khao Dominguez. We have left when white has just played bishop g5, knight d7 has been played, knight c3, h6. So this is also theoretical developments. Nowadays, the theory of each opening variation grows with each day. I remember the times when I've just got my first computer, and it was 1994. Then the largest chess database was only 300,000 games, and 20 years afterwards, now the database is up to 12 million games. So you cannot even imagine how many times, how much more information is available to any chess player all over the world. So it means that if you compare the previous times and the times now, you have to work more, and even it will be more in the future. So it is only work, and work. So the life of the chess professional has become much more difficult, because not only the volume of the chess information that you have to go through is higher, also the general level of chess has increased dramatically. So if before it was quite easy to win against any player, now sometimes even the amateurs can play good games. So it is not easy as before. Okay, let us return to this game. Knight f6, rook d1, bishop d5, queen d3, and now black takes on f3, because there was already a direct threat by white to play e4, e5 and win some material. After the move queen f3, c6, now the move e4 has just been played. We have quite an unusual situation. The opposite colored bishops are on board, and white has the control over the center. We don't see such structures, such positions very often in the tournament practice. Usually white has the bishop on e3, or the bishop g2 is opposed by the same colored bishops. When you have the opposite colored bishops in the middle game, in such positions, it is very important to look at other factors, and very often the decisive factor in such structures is the possibility to create the attack on the king of the opponent. Usually who has the attacking possibilities gets better chances. But of course in this position neither of the sides has such weaknesses over the king, and it is extremely difficult for both sides to create this kind of attack. So we must use other methods to evaluate the position, and the only difference what we have is the space control. So white is controlling the center. He has established the control, the full control over the center. The pawns d4 and e4 are quite strong, and this gives white a small advantage. But of course, since there are no weaknesses in the black position, it is very difficult to break through. So bishop b4 has been played, and now white must make a decision how to go further. So a couple of moves were played in the game Freyssinet-Tomaszewski. After h4, knight e5 has been played, so this is a natural move, winning the tempo queen e2, and now the move king g7. Black is trying to consolidate the position and to prepare himself for the possible match of the white pawns. So h5 for the moment is giving nothing direct for white. The most good looking plan for white would be to play f4 and then maybe g4 later. So black in his turn will try to prevent this with all possible measures. So for example, we can look at the following variation. If now the move knight g2, then black can play h5, and after f4 black plays knight g4, and we see that white is not able to make a further progress, because the knight on g4 is standing perfectly well. So when making his next move, white should try to find another way to regroup his pieces in order to start pushing the pawns on the king side further. And of course there is a possibility to play h5, but as I repeat, it is given no direct advantages for white. So we can now switch to the game Grishuk-Giri. After gf6, white has played a3, bishop c5, and now white has played b4. Besides the move b4, it was interesting to play the move b3 here, because sometimes when you play b4, you give the chances for your opponent to create some kind of counterplay. And I see this is happening in the current game. b4, bishop b6, bishop b2, a5. Now b5 is forced, knight e7, d4, knight g6. So black has managed to transfer his knight on g6, which of course is not bad. And later black wants maybe to play c6 and to try to create some kind of counterplay on the queen side. So when telling you about the move b3, I was exactly having this possibility of the black's counterplay in this mind. So it was worth thinking about the move b3. After the move knight g6, white is thinking he is still better. There is no doubt about it, but he must now come with a concrete plan, with a concrete idea how to proceed further. Now going to the next game, Caruana-Gelfand. After c4, bishop e7 has been played, and now knight c3. Now it is pretty possible to conclude that all the games have went out of their openings phase, so the players now are pretty sure to be out of their home preparation, and now from now on the game takes quite a slow character, when each player can use a lot of time available in order to try to make the best decision in the middle game. And almost all the games have moves 14, 16, 17, 18, and only this current game of Caruana-Gelfand is on a slow side. Only 10 moves have been played so far. Black has just castled. So that was it for a while. I'm going to make a short break, and then I will be back soon. Good afternoon to the old and new viewers of the 8th round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. I am now back online to give you a small update on the coming round. So let's start with the first game, Ivanchuk-Nakamura. After bishop b2, I told you that the main idea for white is to try to play d3, d4 in this position. And this is what black should try to prevent. And now I see that black has just made the move knight h5 in order to stop this move. So what to do for white? Because if he plays now knight b3, knight bd7, and now the move d4, then black has different possibilities. One of them is just simply take on b a4 immediately, or after the inclusion this move, and now b a4. Also, if white plays, for example, a b5, knight b3, then it is necessary to take into account the move like c5, c4. And besides, there is also another move, knight a6 or something else. But I don't see any possibility for white besides exchange on b5 and then later playing knight b3, still with the same idea to conduct d3, d4. And actually white in this position must be in a hurry to try to play it, otherwise black maybe plays knight f4, knight e6 by himself, and then white can have even problems. So auto exchange on b5 or play knight b3, later exchange on b5 and then play d4. This is what I believe white must play in this game. So now we can go to the next game. We can look at the game Ponomarev-Bakro. It is developed strictly according to my prognosis. Of course, it was necessary to take to win the sacrificed pawn on b5, and after the move queen b6, white returned with the bishop with a knight to a3. It is very important to have the control over the square c4, and that's why knight a3 is probably better than knight c3, because then knight c4 is possible. Also, sometimes black can play c4 with idea knight d3. So the idea of white was to prevent this plan connected with move c4. The drawback is that knight on a3 is standing worse than on c3. It is a more passive square for the knight. Also, the line A has been blocked. And now I see that black played queen b3 rather quickly. 20 moves have been played so far, and I see that Etienne Bakro has 1 hour and 35 minutes left. I absolutely have no doubt that Etienne Bakro is still following his opening preparation, because he is playing too quickly for other things. And the idea of the move queen b3 in order to establish the control over the square d3, to play knight d3 at some point, and to try to win the pawn b2 back. Of course, if black manages to restore the material balance, he will not have any problem whatsoever. So let us see and look how white will react and how he will try to prove his advantage in this position. It is not very obvious for me how white can do it. One move has been made in the game Van Cao Dominguez. After bishop b4, knight a2 has been played. Little bit difficult to say whether it is a good idea to move this knight away, because there was no any direct threat from the black side to take on c3, because after bc3 white would keep the better chances. Maybe the idea to try to play b2 b4 if the bishop b4 goes away. So I think the most reasonable thing for black in this position would be to play queen b6 here. And if, for example, queen b3, then maybe bishop a5. But then, of course, you must look at the possible move like queen c4, and then white still wants to play b2 b4, because taking on b2 is a little bit risky, because after rook a b1, queen a3, rook b7, the position doesn't look very good for black. So after the move knight a2, black is thinking. Another possibility is, of course, to play queen e7. Then after queen b3, even it is necessary to look at the possibility like the move a5, for example, because the same plan can be answered by the move queen c4 in connection with the idea to play b2 b4. But of course, even if white manages to play b2 b4 here, then black simply just puts his bishop on b6, rook d8, rook d7, then rook d8, and he will try to attack the pawn d4. So the position of black is very, very solid, and I don't see anything concrete from the white side, any plan or any idea that can give white a big advantage in this game. Black is extremely solid in this variation, in this opening. One more move has been played in the game Freyssinet-Tomaszewski. So after king g7, we were discussing the possibilities how to create initiative attack on the king side. But I was telling you that it is not an easy task to do. And quite unexpectedly, white has played a4. Usually it is a good idea to start the play on both fronts of the chess board. So, of course, everyone knows about the chess principle of two weaknesses, that one weakness is not enough to get an advantage in this position. But actually the move a4 does not give white the possibility to create immediate play on the queen side, because basically black there does not have any weakness at all. And after queen d7, in order to continue further playing on the queen side, white would need to open the A line and to try to seize it over. And the only possible way to do it, for me, in my opinion, to play rook a2 with the idea rook fa1 and then threatening to take on b5. Other ways to get the play on the queen's side I simply don't see at all. So let us wait and see what Laurent Freyssinet has in mind after he has played a4. One more move has been played in the game Grishuk-Giri, and that was the move a4. Quite a good prophylactical move in order to strengthen the pawn structure on the queen side. And after this move, white is no longer afraid of the black's play by the move c7, c6, because the pawn on b5 is very, very well protected. Also, potentially, white has an idea, has a plan to go for c4, c5, playing rook a1, c1. So I see now that the move bishop g4 has just been played, and this is a logical, nice reaction in order to attack white center. The pawn d4 is under direct attack. So black wants to take on f3 and then win the pawn on d4. And now white has to do something concrete to protect this pawn. The move like rook d1 looks pretty normal. Very interesting move, because the move e4 doesn't win the exchange for black, because white has the move h3 here in this position, and it should be okay for white. So I believe the move rook d1 is the one that probably we'll see in this game. So the pawn d4 will be protected. Of course, also there is a possibility to play king d2 here with the following idea: bishop f3, gf3, e d4, e d4, but then the pawn structure on the king side of white is damaged a little bit, but still this position should be better for white because he can play bishop d3, bishop e4, and establish the control over the line E. The position of white still remains with advantage, so he stands very well, and Alexander has more than enough time to think, because usually in this tournament he has severe problems with his time. And yesterday, for example, he had a very nice position in the middle game against the leader Boris Gelfand, but in a serious time trouble he lost the way and lost. Now I see that after the move bishop g4, white castled to the queen side, so neither of my moves has been executed. So, but the idea is basically the same: move away the king from e1 and establish the control, the defense of the pawn d4. And here again the move e4 is giving black nothing, because there is a move h3 and white does not lose the exchange. For example, bishop h5, then g4 is coming with advantage for white. So at the moment Anish needs to make a difficult decision, as he has to make such a decision almost each move of him in this game. So let's see and wait. The game Caruana Gelfand still remains the slowest developing game in this round. After the move castle, white has just played rook b1. The idea is obvious: to play b4. Queen c7 has been played, because basically the queen on b6 is not doing much in this position, and playing a5 here in order to stop white's play with the move b2 b4 is not desirable, because after the move a5 sometimes the weakness of the square b6 and p5 can play a role. If we have the pawn on a5, it means that basically we can never play c5, because then the knight will go to b5 and c5, and to have this possibility to play c5 at some point, it is very, very essential, because which now bishop e3 has been played, and which setup black can choose. One of the possible setups is a6, c5, d6, bishop f6, and putting the bishop on f6 and trying to put some pressure along the diagonal a1, h8. But in this position, black has many options, many plans, many possible way to put the pawns. Or c5, d6, e6, or e5, d6, c6, or just c6, d6, e6. So this position remains a very, very complex position, but very typical for the Paulsen defense. And this type of structure is not very well known for Boris Gelfand, because usually as black he played the Niger defense, Then he switched to the Sveshnikov variation, and these Paulsen structures are not well known for him. So in order to make a correct decision, he must spend more time than usual. And also it is possible to see on his clock, because at the moment, after 12 moves, he has only 55 minutes left. So he is 40 minutes behind his opponent. And Fabiana is playing rather quickly, quite convincingly. Probably his idea to play a rare variation with the castle and then d4 probably has paid off. Of course, it is not possible to speak yet about any kind of the advantage of white in the position, because the position is very, very complex and of course close to equal. But in chess, in order to be successful, you must not try to get the better position directly from the opening. You must try to force the game into the waters unknown for your opponent, because even if you get an equal position but the opponent is not acquainted, does not know what to do, then the chance of him committing a mistake in that complex position is much higher than in the position where he is standing worse, but he knows how to put his pieces, which plan to choose. And I believe exactly in this position, Boris Gelfand has more chances to make a mistake. So talking about the practical chances, I think here they are in this game. So Boris is thinking after the move bishop e3, because he has plenty of choices, different ways for the development, different squares for his pieces. And he is not able to establish any kind of concrete play. Just he cannot start creating a dynamic play in this position, because he cannot open anything, he cannot make any breakthrough. So basically in this position he has to rely on his positional sense, on his positional understanding of chess and these structures of the Paulsen. Vasily Ivanchuk is still thinking after the move knight h5. No developments to report there. And a series of moves took place in the game Ponomarev-Bakro. After the move queen b3, white played g4. This is a natural move, because after knight f6, the bishop g7 is blocked for a while. Now queen b3, rook b3, and rook d1 has just been played. So idea is quite simple. After the move knight d3, white wants to play knight c4, not only protecting the pawn b2, but also attacking the pawn d6. And black cannot take on e4, because at the end of the variation, white has the move knight d2 winning the exchange. Also there is a check on e8, bishop f8, and bishop h6 winning. So the move rook d1 so far has prevented the move knight d3. So black now has to find the way how to regroup the pieces in order to win this pawn back. At the moment, black is thinking, and up to this moment, Etienne Bakro has gained a lot of time on his clock, so he can easily spend any amount of time in order to find a good solution for him. what I can tell you. So knight f3 looks quite interesting at this position, but I don't see what black can do after the move rook king g2, rook b3, and now the move f3. And for example, after knight d7, in the same way, white can play knight c4 with advantage. So we must just sit and wait until Etienne Bacro makes his move. One move has been played in the game Vancao Dominguez. After the move knight a2, black has just played the normal move bishop e7. So the knight a2 is out of place, is doing nothing, and after the move b4, it is obvious that black wants to play a5, and after b5, exchange on b5, black gets the passed pawn a. So basically b4 is not so good in this position, because you cannot establish the blockade and prevent black from playing a5. So in order to be able to play b4, white needs somehow to prepare this move. Rook ab1 looks interesting, but then of course black can play queen a5, attacking the pawn on a4. So at this moment Vancao is thinking, because it is not very obvious how he can make the further progress in his game. So two moves were made in the game Fressinet-Tomaszewski. After queen d7, white has just played king g2, and after the move h5, white has just played f3. So which idea does white have after the move f3? It is pretty obvious that the knight f4 is standing in the way. So white wants to play knight h3, knight f2, establish the control over the square g4, then he wants to play f4. So at the moment black is thinking, but for me it looks very interesting to prepare for the opening of their position. So for example, imagine white plays knight h3, knight f2, then at that moment black must try to play d5 at some point to establish some kind of the opening of the position. And it is a typical reaction for any side. When the opponent wants to play on the side of the board, you must create a counter attack in the center. But of course it is not so easy to organize. Then you must put the rook on e8. So if you move the rook a8 away, then after exchange on b5, white can try to establish the control over the a line. And moving the rook f8 to 8 does not look nice, because sometimes white can try to use the weakness of the pawn f7. And also, preparing the move d6 d5, you must be ready for some kind of complications when white plays f4, attacking the knight on e5, and if the knight moves away, then e5. So the position is quite complex, as in the previous games, not completely obvious which plan to choose how to react to it. So black is thinking. Anish Giri is also thinking after the response of Alexander Grishuk. And couple of moves were played in the game Caruana Gelfand. After the move bishop e3, Boris Gelfand has finally made a decision where to put his pawns, and he played e6, e5. This is just one of the possible moves in the position. And after the move e5, white has played g3 with double ideas. The idea number one is to play f4 and later f5. Also there is another plan to play h4 and h5. So what now black can do? He can play d6 in order to try to activate the bishop c8, but when you play d6, it is very important to keep in mind the following move by white, the move c5. When white temporarily sacrifices the pawn, and after dc5 he can play knight a4, attacking the pawn on c5. And now we see that the knight g6 is a little bit out of play. Usually with a knight on f6, knight d7 can play it, and black can defend this pawn on c5. But with a knight g6, you need to make two moves, knight f8, and only then you can play knight d7. And this is the idea to keep in your mind. If black doesn't play d6 by himself, it is also necessary to think about the move c4, c5. Because g3 is played not only with the idea to play f4, h4. It is also has in mind the possibility to prevent black knight g6 from any kind of play. For example, knight f4 and then transfer to e6 and d4. Also, I want to point out your attention that here in this position it was extremely interesting for white to play c5 immediately. For example, knight f4, bishop c4, knight e6, and then maybe b4. Also in this position, white has reasonable chances to fight for advantage in a very complex play. But probably white didn't want to allow the transfer of the knight to f4, and after the move e5, white didn't want make a committing move, keeping different options available depending on the reaction of black. So the move g3 is very flexible. White keeps all options available after this move. So after the move g3, black is thinking. Interesting developments are taking place in the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura. Vasily is playing very original chess, which of course not so easy to predict, to understand for many of the players. After the move knight h5, he played the move g3. Of course, we were talking about the idea of black to play knight f4 and bring the knight on e6. So the exchange on b5 and then knight b3 or knight b3 immediately, of course, would prevent black from transferring the knight to e6 immediately. Probably Vasily didn't like anything in the variations that we looked at, so he decided to keep the tension in the position for a while, and he made a prophylactical move g3. But of course this move has drawbacks, because it is a weakening move in the position. And for example, even if white manages to play d4 at some point, then we see that the pawn structure of white on the king side will be damaged. So in case of complications and the opening of the position, black would be able to create sufficient counterplay. And now I see that after the move g3, black has played in a strange way, and he made the move bishop d7. I don't like this move because it seems illogical. And what we see in this game, after h4, black played knight c6. So just a couple of moves before, black knight was standing on c6. Then black moved the knight back to b8, and now several moves later the knight is going to c6. Of course you can do anything in chess unless you are blunder, but these moves of black don't look nice. It is not a consistent way of playing chess at the moment. And now I see that Vasily is getting use of this play, and exactly he spots immediately the weakest point in the black position after the last two moves, and this is the square d5. And after the move knight c6, white plays bishop b3, now with idea knight g5, queen f3, to put the pressure on the pawn f7. Black has played h6 to prevent knight g5, and now bishop is going to d5. And actually the bishop on d5 suddenly has become very, very strong. If you compare this position with what we had just 4 moves ago, then you see the difference in the quality of the pieces. Bishop c6 was an excellent bishop, preventing white from playing bishop b3 because the pawn on d3 was hanging. And now we see that the bishop has moved to a passive place, and white has improved his position very, very much. So what happened after the move bishop d5? Rook b8. Now the knight goes to b3. Previously knight b3 would not be so good because always black had the possibility to meet it by the move c5, c4. But since now the bishop is standing on d5, the move c5, c4 is no longer possible. And white begins to attack this pawn in a serious way. Queen b6, a b5 took place, a b5, and now bishop a3. We see that now white is trying to develop his initiative. So the bishop from c2 moved to an active place. Also bishop a3 started to play, knight d2 came into play, and black has just played b4. At the moment Vasily is thinking, and I believe that now at this moment his position is very good, because after the last move b5, b4, black has also weakened the square c4. And after, for example, the simple regular move bishop b2, and then maybe exchange here, white can play knight d4, knight c4, and also the knight f3 will come into play. I like this position for white for the moment. I believe that starting from the move 17, black has made a couple of inaccuracies and gave white excellent play. Of course, at this moment it is very difficult to talk about any kind of serious advantage or not, because mistakes of black were not so big, not so grave. But if you look at the board now and you compare this position on board with what we had only 6 moves ago, then you see the difference, that white is making a progress and putting some pressure on the black position. One move has been played in the game Ponomarev-Bakro. After the move rook d1, black has played h6. If what is the idea of this move? Black wants to play g5 and establish the control over the black squares, and then the knight on e5 will be practically eternal knight, because the only way to eliminate this knight is now to play f4. But then after f4 you have to look at the complications. Here in this position you have to make serious calculations, and obviously that if black is going into them, then he has something in mind. So the game is entering very interesting phase, and I believe that if in this position black plays g5, then he has excellent chances to equalize. So the realistic way to get some kind of play is to play f4, knight d3, knight c4 now. But of course the complications are inevitable afterwards, and I believe that at this moment Ruslan Ponomarev can use his time very well, because he needs to calculate a lot. So let him calculate the variations, and we can see what is going in the other games. So Freyssinet Tomaszewski, quite unusual move has been played. Queen b7. The only explanation to this move can be is that black by himself wants to create the counterplay on the queen side. Liberating the square d7 for his knight, black wants to play knight d7, knight c5 and attack the bishop on b3, and also attack the pawn on a4. Because just several moves ago, 2 moves ago, white has played a4 with an idea to get some kind of play on the queen side. But now we see that after the move queen b7, black gets realistic chances to get the play on the part of the board where white is supposed to play, and white had intentions to get the play on that part of the board. Because if white pawn would not be standing on a4, then the whole plan with knight d7, knight c5 would bring absolutely nothing for black. But now with the pawn on a4, we see that black can try and is trying to get the counterplay. Several moves have been played in the game Grishuk-Giri. After the lone castle, Black understood that probably he is no longer able to maintain the pressure in the center, and he decided to exchange material. So e d4 has been played, bishop d4, bishop d4, rook d4, bishop f3, gf3, and now the move b6 has been played here. It is obvious that Black wants to transfer his knight to c5, and then we'll see that potentially White can have problems with the pawn a4. And moving the knight from g6, Black weakens the pawns on his king side, h7, f7, f6, because what happened on board in the opening, the problem of Black has not yet been solved. And at this moment, White has plenty of possibilities to improve his position. And the most natural and good looking move would be maybe to play h4 with idea h5. Maybe it is a good idea to play f4 to prevent the move rook e5. And if the knight is going to c5, then White can put his bishop on c2 and later try to attack the pawn on h7. So still White is keeping advantage in this position, and quite a difficult task of defense is lying ahead of Black, because his pawns f7, f6, h7 are quite weak, and White has plenty of possibilities to increase the pressure in his position. Long difficult task of defense lies ahead of Black in this game. Several moves took place in the game Caruana-Gelfand. So let us look at the developments. After the move g3, Black has played d6. And after the move d6, we're talking about interesting possibility to play c5 here. But that was a suggestion that I offered to you. But in the game, White decided not to be in a hurry and to try to increase the pressure in this position. So he played b4, bishop e6 has been played, queen d2. After the last move queen d2, White gets another interesting plan at his disposal. He wants to play b4, b5, exchange the pawn c6, and establish their control over the square d5. Rook a c8 has just been played, and the most natural move for White would be now rook fc1 with the idea to play b5. Now it is possible to conclude that Black was not able to equalize in this position, so the knight g6 is out of play, and White has established the control over the center, getting the space advantage here. And also taking into account a huge advantage in time, After 15 moves, Fabiano Caruana has 1 hour 23 minutes left, and Boris Gelfand has only 34 minutes left. His position is inferior. So the decision of Fabiana to go in this position was a wise decision, and I believe that here in this game White gets good chances to get an advantage here. As a White player, Paulsen player, so I had similar positions quite often in my tournament practice. So White is standing better here. Also, it is necessary to look at the immediate move b5 here. For example, cb5, and now knight b5, winning the pawn a7. Maybe after the move rook ac8, it is not necessary to prepare this move by the means of rook fc1. At this moment, White has a big advantage in time, and he can use this time in the best way. Now we can go to the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura. After bishop b2, black has played bishop g4. We were talking about the threat of white to transfer the knight to d2 and c4. And it is obvious that black was looking at such possibility, found it quite unpleasant, and that's why he played bishop g4. So it is now up to white in order to find the way how to regroup his pieces. So Vasily is thinking now. Couple of moves were played in the game Van Gogh Dominguez. Queen b3 has been played. Now the move Queen b8. Quite an unusual move. Maybe it would be better to play simple move Rook b8. I cannot understand completely why black has made this move, because d5 was not a direct threat in the position. So white maintains the small advantage in this position because he has a space advantage here. But of course black does not have weaknesses in this position, and he retains good chances to eventually equalize. One move has been made in the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura, and after bishop g4, white made knight b d2. Another knight is going to c4. And after the move knight b d2, queen d1 is becoming free to move to b3 or to a4. And still black stands under pressure. I like white position for the moment. Also white wants to play knight c4 and knight e3, and to force the bishop g4 away from its place. I believe that from now on black must be careful in this position. The suggested move has been played in the game Grishuk-Giri, and that was the move f4. We were talking about the move played in order to prevent black rook from going to e5 and h5. White advantage in this position is unquestionable, of course, and very difficult task of defense lies ahead of Giri, who basically didn't know the theory in this variation of the English opening, and directly from the opening he got problems here. So far I don't see further developments in the current games, so I can make a short break for myself and then I will be back online. Several moves were played in most of the games, and I'm now back online with a live coverage of the 8th round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament, the last round before the rest day. And let us look at the game Ponomarev-Bakro. After h6, white played knight c2. f4 has been suggested, but after f4, knight f3 is possible. This move was not possible with the pawn on f2, but in this position actually it is a good move, because white does not have the possibility to protect the pawn on e4 here. So that's why knight c2 has been played, and now the move knight d3 with a double attack on the pawn b2 and on the pawn e4. So now black wants to establish the material balance in this game to win the sacrificed pawn back. So let's go to the next game, Van Gogh Dominguez. After the move queen b8, the move that I was not able to understand completely, I suggested in this position the move rook b8 as the most natural way of playing. Queen b8 looks artificial, and the move queen b8 allowed white to play a5 immediately. And now we see that white has one more space on the queen side, and also now the pawns a6, b7 and 6 are fixed. After the move queen a7, knight c3, white is preparing maybe sometimes to play the move d5. And after the all exchanges on d5, we will see that the pawns b7 and a6 can become weak, because they are fixed by the pawn n5. So it means that now white is standing slightly better, and his plus in this position can become quite unpleasant for black. And the whole transfer of the queen to a7 from the square d8 does not look very promising. But of course, I repeat, the position of black is extremely solid, because the only drawback of black at the moment is the lack of space. Rook a d8 has just been played, attacking the pawn on d4. Black wants to play rook d7, rook d8, and to try to create counterplay, attacking the pawn on d4. Also, keeping the rook in the center will help to fight the consequences of the move d4, d5. Here in this position, maybe the move d4, d5 directly is possible. But when you're making such move, you must also think about the consequences. For example, black can play bishop c5 on knight g4 and try to attack the pawn on f2. Basically, in this position, it is the main idea, the main plan now to conduct this move d4, d5. But before doing that, you must weigh everything for it and against it, and only afterwards you must take a decision. So white has enough time to think what to do further, and he is thinking. Couple of moves were played in the game Freyssinet-Tomaszewski. After the move queen b7, queen f2 has been played, queen b6. So after the move queen f2, white liberated the square e2 for his knight. But even if white plays knight e2, he doesn't threaten to win this pawn on d4, because then, for example, after knight d4, knight d3 is possible, and the same also after queen d4, knight d4, then knight d3, and black wins the material back. So even in this position, it is not clear how white can go further and how he can get anything concrete out of this position. It looks like black does not have any problem whatsoever at this moment. Couple of moves were made in the game Grishuk-Giri. After f4, knight e7 has been played, bishop g2, rook a b8, and the move bishop d5. I don't understand completely why the move bishop d5 has been played. I think it was better to put the bishop on e4 than maybe rook g1, rook g3, sometimes to have the possibility to play rook h3 to attack the pawn on h7. Because after the move bishop e4, black can never play f5, because then the pawn will be standing in the direct line of attack of the white bishop. After the move bishop d5, black has just played rook f8, but still, even in this position, the task of black to defend here is extremely difficult, because rook d1 has been played, rook g1 has been played first, check, king h8, and now the move rook d1. So we see that rook g8 is not possible because the pawn on f7 is hanging, and space of black is very limited. Simply black does not have any space in order to regroup his pieces. So basically the only way that of further play which comes in my mind is to take on d5, but then white has a choice how to take on d5. He can take, for example, with the rook, and after rook g8, white can simply play rook g3. And then we see that the king is going to d2, d3, d4, rook d5 is going away, and the king goes to d5 and c6. And if white king comes to c6, then it means the end of the game. And it is not clear how black can prevent this kind of match. If not to take on d5, then I don't see basically any good defensive plan of black in this position. So I have a feeling that this position is basically lost, technically lost for black. So I think that Alexander will win this game. It is also very important that the play of white from now on is very simple. There are no forced lines, no forced variations, and there is absolutely no possibility that Alexander Grishuk can come into time trouble here. It means that he will be able to make his moves rather quickly in this position without much thinking. So I believe we will have the decisive game in this, the decisive result in this game. Now let us look at the game Caruana Gelfand. We were talking about the move b5, and exactly this move has been played in the game. So b5 has been played, and now bishop, instead of taking on b5, which loses the pawn, as we've already looked before, black has just played bishop d8, and rook c1 has been played. So basically we can get the same position if white begins with the move rook fc1. We were discussing both possibilities. Also, I want to point out that instead of rook fc1, it was also possible to take on c6, queen c6, and now knight d5 with a huge advantage for white. But white advantage in this position is so huge that white has all possibilities, all measures not to be in a hurry. And this is what exactly Fabiana is doing. After rook fc1, he is trying to improve his position. Now queen d7 has been played. The position of black is extremely unpleasant, and black here really must work hard to get sufficient counterplay here. After the move queen d7, white is thinking. So now we can look at the next game, and the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura. After the move knight bd2, knight e7 has been played. Now bishop c4. Nothing serious has changed in this moment. White wants to get rid of this pin of the knight f3, maybe playing queen c2 or queen b3, even queen a4, and it is obvious that white in this position is standing better. The coordination of the black pieces is destroyed. Bishop g4 is standing on the side of the board. Knight h5 is also not playing at the moment. And if, for example, black wants to bring his knight f6 back into play, then this is simply losing because white has tactical winning the material. So I believe after the move bishop c4, probably the best way maybe to play knight c6 back in order to try to meet the move like queen b3, maybe with knight a5 or some kind of tactical ideas. And now exactly I see that Hikaru made this move knight c6 because obviously quite difficult to find a good move for black in this position. But white, of course, is better, and this is unquestionable. So one move was made in the game Ponomarev-Bakro. After knight d3, with a double attack on the pawn e4 and b2, white played rook a4, protecting the pawn on a4. It means that white is giving his pawn back, and then he wants to establish the control over the square c4, put the knight on c4, and then maybe hoping to get the advantage there. No longer a material advantage, but positional type of advantage. And now I see on the video screen that Etienne is about to make his move. Let us wait for a couple of seconds. And I see that he didn't take the pawn b2 immediately, because then knight e3, knight c4 would be quite unpleasant for black, but he plays knight d7. In certain positions, more active pieces are much more important than the material. And now at this moment we see that the knight on d3 is extremely active, and the pawn b2 will not run away. After the move knight d7, black also has the possibility to play knight b6 and then knight c4. But actually in this game everything is turning around the key square c4. So, and it is not very obvious how white can obtain the control over this square, because knight b6 potentially can come. Here, after the move knight d7, rook a3 looks very interesting in this position, with the following idea: rook a3, then b a3, and white manages to keep his extra pawn for a while. But then of course you must also calculate the variation like c4, so also black gets the passed pawn. And I see that Ruslan is thinking after the move knight d7. He must take an important decision how to proceed further. Otherwise black simply plays knight b6, knight c4, and he gets too much active play. Rook a6 has been played. The idea is tactical. If, for example, knight b6 now, then after knight a1, knight c1, knight b3, knight b3, rook b6, white wins the material and the game. So in chess it is always like the fight of the ideas and the plans. It was pretty obvious that after the move knight d7, black had an idea to play knight b6 and then knight c4. And exactly to prevent this plan, white plays rook a6 by himself. So the position is quite complex, interesting. So we must see and wait. It looks like black is creating a problem for white. Then white makes a move, and now the ball is back to the white. So just they are trying to exchange in creation of the problems for each of the side. But of course, in this game, Etienne is playing much more quickly than his opponent, and he has an advantage of 35 minutes so far. And of course, chess is a very important factor in such a game. Time is very, very important, and half an hour it can be an important factor, especially in complex positions. So now let's move to the next game. Banjao Dominguez. One move has been played. After rook a d8, white played e5. And this is a very unusual strategical decision in this game. So usually, as I've been telling to you, that usually white plays for the move d4, d5. But in this game, white played e5. And now we can see that the pawn structure has stabilized. And white now has a permanent weakness of the pawn d4. And after the move e5, it is very easy for black to create counterplay. So let's see. Knight e8 is a natural move. And what black can do now? Knight c7, rook d7, rook d8, and then maybe sometimes knight b5. And I can see black putting lot of pressure attacking this pawn on d4. And because the pawn structure in the center and on the queen side has been stabilized completely, so the pawn structure is completely fixed. The only way for white now is to play f4, f5, to try to open the position on the king side, to go for attack. Also another plan maybe to play bishop e4, bishop b1, queen c2, and to then try to create any attack on the black king. But it doesn't look all right for white at this moment. And frankly speaking, I'm not understanding this very important and strange decision to play e4, e5. Because now white must be very, very responsible and must be direct in order to create a concrete play in this position. Because if white does not get anything concrete here in this position, then positionally he will be simply standing bad because of the plan with knight c7, rook d7, rook d8. And the problem is always the pawn d4. Even if later black maybe plays c5 and the position becomes open, then we can see that the pawn a5, b2, e5, a2 are situated on the same color as the black bishop e7. It means that all these pawns can easily be attacked by the black bishop. So let's see and look at what Van Gogh had in mind playing the move like e5. Preceding Tomaszewski series of moves has been played. After queen b6, rook h1 has been played. The idea is not clear at all because g4 is not a threat. And rook h8, so another prophylactical move by black. It looks like the position is equal and white does not see any plan for him how to improve it further. So we can call this position the position of dynamical balance, very close to be equal. And the game Grishuk-Giri is going exactly as I've been explaining to you. Let's see what happened in that game. After rook d1, black took on d5, rook d5, rook g8, and rook g3. Just we have already looked at this possibility. Now it is on board, and it is pretty possible to say that black position is basically lost here. I don't see any realistic chance for black to save it here. But of course there is always space for a mistake, or maybe just creation of an incredible fortress or so, but objectively speaking this position must be lost. Caruana Gelfand had several developments. So let us see. After the move rook of c8, black has played queen d7. Now the exchange on c6 took place, bc6, rook c6, and now knight came on d5. And in this position, Boris Gelfand played bishop b6. So this move is connected with the sacrifice of the pawn. And making this move, basically you understand the difficulty of your own position. So basically you are desperately trying to complicate the matters, and then you are trying to save the game in the complications. But of course the level of this tournament is very, very high, and with the correct play it should not be enough. And now it is possible to say that white in this position has huge winning chances. Maybe it is already possible to say that from the technical point of view this position is a winning one for white. And also if you look at time available, the huge advantage in time for Fabiano Caruana. He has 55 minutes for the remaining 20 moves. Black has only 19 minutes. Not only a huge advantage in time, not only extra pawn, but also the position of white is better, because still we see that the knight on g6 is out of play and is not participating in any kind of play. So here black must look for some desperate attempts to play maybe f7, f5, just to complicate the matters. But of course it should not be enough, and with the correct play now white should win this game, because the pawn is a pawn, the pair of bishops, time advantage, and but nevertheless I believe that even losing this game, Boris Gelfand will keep his leadership in the tournament. One move has been played in the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura, and that was the move Rook A1. Actually, this move looks natural in order to try to free the knight d2, who can go to f1 without being afraid of the exchange on c3. For example, I can explain you that if knight f1, then black can take on c3, and then queen b1 is possible, winning the material for black. So rook an is played exactly with the possibility to play knight f1, knight e3, knight d5. Also, white wants to play maybe rook a6, queen c7, and then queen a4. So this is the possibility number 2. And the best reaction for black after the move rook a1 probably would be the move rook a8. It is necessary to try to establish the control over the a line, and the move rook a8 is the most natural one. But it was not played. Queen c7 was played. Okay, this is also possible, because now rook a6 is not attacking the queen. So another prophylactical move, also protecting the pawn on f7, so that queen b3 does not pose any direct threat for black in this position. So let's go now to the game Ponomarev-Bakro. After rook a6, black took on c1, rook c1, bishop b2 has been played, and after rook d1, bishop e5. I think this last exchange was in black favor, because now I can see that after the move knight e3, knight b6 is coming, and black prevents white from playing the move knight c4. Also bishop e5 is an excellent blockade of the white pawns on the king side. No longer white is able to play f2, f4. And now we see a difference in the position of in the quality of the bishops. Bishop e5 is simply much stronger than the bishop g2. And also another important plus for black in this position is the passed pawn c5. So if allowed, the pawn can go c4, c3, and so on. It means that in this position, white must be very careful and must play for a draw here. And some serious measures should be taken in order to stabilize this position for white. Also, Ruslan Ponomarev here is in time trouble. He has only 17 minutes remaining for the last 12 games, and Etienne Bacro has almost 1 hour available. Now it is possible to say that the position is better for black. I'm pretty sure that somewhere in the middle game white could have played much stronger. He made inaccuracies, probably a mistake. The play of white was not very convincing here, and now it looks like black is standing better. Yes, Van Gogh, Dominguez, several moves were played, and Dominguez as black executed the plan that we were talking about. Knight e8 has been played, knight e2, knight c7, the knight is going to b5, h4, knight b5, queen c4. So more or less it becomes clear what is the idea of white in this position. He wants to play h5, bishop e4, bishop c2, and then maybe queen d3 and give the mate to black. So in order to stop and prevent this idea, black has to come with something concrete and direct to attack this pawn on d4 in order to prevent white from regrouping his pieces. So I don't see anything better for black in this position than to play rook d7 here. One move has been made in the game Freyssinet-Tomaszewski. After rook h8, white played rook a2. We were discussing this kind of possibility before. Playing rook a2, white wants to play rook a1 and try to establish the control over the a line. So now the most natural move is knight d7, but then of course after knight d7 you must calculate the following move g4, because the knight on e5 no longer controls the square g4. Is it really dangerous for black to allow move g4? Is not so clear, because for example now knight c5 is possible, and even if white takes on h5, black maybe can take on b3, cb3, gh5, and not completely clear what white has managed to achieve in this position. Also it is necessary for example to look at the move g5, bishop e5. Now knight is going away to e2, and then we see that f4 is threatening. But actually black can play maybe knight b3, cb3, ba4. The pawn on b3 is hanging, and at some point also black can play d5. So the position now takes a turn. maybe quite sharp. At least now we see concrete plans, concrete ideas, and at this moment both players have enough time. There is no any danger of the time trouble, but I like how the play is developing in this game. So one move has been played in the game Grishuk Giri. After the move Rook G3, Rook G6 has been played. White made a nice prophylactical move Rook H5 in order to prevent black from playing Rook H6. Of course it was not so dangerous at all, but extra prophylactics in this type of the position will not worsen the situation, because black absolutely doesn't have any kind of counterplay. And now white has the possibility to prepare the match of the king to d5. And in order to stop this match to d5, black probably must play rook c8 and c6. But of course this will not solve the problem, because after exchange on c6, white rook can go to b5, and then king still matches to d5, and the rook on c6 will be not protected. So basically white will win the material. So the valuation of this position as technically winning for white remains. So let us go for another game of the leader. So how Boris Gelfand is desperately trying to create counterplay and save the difficult position against Fabiano Caruana. After bishop b6, rook a8 has just been played. This move is absolutely logical in order to prevent white from playing a4, a5, because the passed a pawn is very dangerous, and you must take into account this fact and try to prevent it from the further match. So that's why rook a8 has been played. One more move has been played in the game Ponomarev-Bakro. That was the move knight a3. So the knight wants to go to c4, and now knight b6 looks pretty obvious, but then probably white wants to play the move like rook b1. And after rook b1, knight b1, attack the knight on b6, and if knight c4, then white, for example, has the move bishop f1, and somehow white is holding this position so far. So at the moment after the move knight a3, black is thinking how to go further. So let's now look at the game Van Hao Dominguez, I'm sorry. After the move queen c4, black has played rook d7, so basically that was the first move, rook d3, rook f d8, and now move rook a d1. So white has defended his pawn on d4. Now he is ready to improve the position, to play h5, bishop a4, then maybe f4, g4, start pushing the pawns, or play maybe rook d2 with idea bishop b1 and queen c2. So at this moment it is very important to try to secure the position of the king on g8. And it is not so easy to do for the moment. And the move that I would like to make, maybe the move h5, then g6, king g7, and somehow trying to consolidate the position, because then it would be quite difficult for white to break through to open this position. And now I see that black has just played knight c8. The knight is going to d5 and b4. And if you still can remember, then you can see that the knight on c7 was already there, and it is not entirely clear why black has wasted time putting the knight on b5, and now knight is going back to c7. So the play of black at this moment does not impress me much. But maybe the idea to put the knight on b4, maybe later b5, make the exchange of the a5 pawn and establish the control over the key squares along the diagonal b1, h7. That even if white puts his bishop on b1 with a knight on b4, white is no longer able to create the mating attack. But of course the question remains the same. Why was it necessary to put the knight on b5 on move 24 and then bring it back to c7 on move 27? So it doesn't look right, this kind of play of black here. But still, the position of black remains solid, and maybe nothing wrong, because the close character of the game allows one of the side to lose time in one or another way. Maybe nothing wrong will be happening. So what are the other developments? Basically, there are no other special developments at this moment in the game. So I will take a small break, and then I will be back with update on the 8th round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. I'm now back online with update on the 8th round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. Now the beginning of the 4th hour of play in this round, and the players are starting to make quicker and quicker decisions, because we are now deep into the middle game and every player has less and less time to think. So the character of the game becomes much more quicker. So let us look at the first game. Ivanchuk Nakamura. After the move Queen c7, White has managed to take to make his to realize his main strategical idea. So eliminated the pin and move the queen to the square c2. Knight f6, and now rook e c1. So now there is a very unpleasant pressure along the c line. Black understands longer able to maintain this pressure, so he took on c3. Now White must choose how to react and with which piece to take on c3, with the knight or with the queen or with the bishop. When taken with the queen, then you must look at the variation like knight d4, knight d4, c d4. So after these exchanges, the position for White is slightly better, because he can try and continue the play on the queen side. Especially we see the difference in the quality of the pieces. The bishop g7, it is very bad. Besides taking the pawn with the queen, it is also possible to take this pawn with the bishop. But then after the move bishop c3, you should not only look to the move knight d4, but also to the move knight b4. Immediately it is very difficult to conclude what is better for White, so Vasily now is thinking. But his position is quite pleasant. He can go ahead and play for a win without any risk. I like position of Vasily so far. In another game, Ruslan Ponomarev is trying to hold his position. He wants to establish kind of blockade in this position, but this task is not so easy. So let us see. After the move knight b6, we were looking at the move rook b1. Probably playing like this is not possible to stop the march of the pawn c5. For example, rook b8 and then c4 and c3 is unstoppable. So instead of the move rook b1, White played bishop f1, is trying to organize the blockade on the square c4. But this does not solve the problem of White. Rook b8 has been played. Now king g2, rook b4, and now the move bishop d3. So now the question, what White is going to do after the move c4? Because if you allow the pawn to go to c3, then it looks extremely unpleasant and bad for white. So maybe after the move c4, white has to sacrifice the exchange taken on b6, and then, for example, rook b6, and then knight c4. And in this position, white has some good drawing chances, trying to establish the fortress in this ending without the exchange. White has a pawn for exchanged, and it is not so easy for black to break through in this game. So that's why Etienne Bacro is thinking after the move bishop d3, whether he should go for the move c4 and try maybe to win this ending with an extra exchange, or there is a possibility for him to improve the position further. And he has plenty of time left until the end of the game, so he can afford it, and that's why he is thinking. Several moves were played in the game Freycinet-Timashevsky. After the move rook a2, black probably became afraid to play the move knight d7 as we were looking at it, and he decided to give up the control over the a line. But I'm not sure if it was a good decision, because now a b5 took place, and after a b5, white can play rook a1 with idea rook a6, rook a7, and now it is possible to see that white has quite an unpleasant pressure in the position. So maybe it is possible to say that never so far white was standing good as at this moment. So I like now the position of white, but of course Evgeny Tomashevsky is a very experienced, strong player, and if he made rook ac8, then probably he has some kind of ideas in his mind. Maybe after the move rook a1, he wants to make the move like g5, h g5, and now, for example, bishop g5, trying to create a counterplay on the king side, maybe later h4. For example, now rook a6, queen c5, and the position is now very, very sharp, but still I don't see what to do after the move rook a7, for example. So nevertheless, Laurent Freycinet is thinking. He still hasn't played rook e1, but now the game becomes very, very sharp, very interesting. And now let us look at another game, Grishuk-Giri. What is going in that game? After the move rook h5, and that was move 27, black played king g7 with the idea to play rook h8, king f8, king e7, king d7 in order to prevent the match of the white king to c6. King d2, rook h8, king d3, rook g3, h g3. If the king goes now to d7, then black will lose finally because of the Zugzwang. So it does not solve the problems of black, and here black played f5, sacrificing the pawn. So just the desperate attempt to save the game, and now I see the result. that Anish Giri resigned in his game against Alexander Grishuk. So it means that he will come here soon, and we will have the press conference. And at the same time, let us look at the last moves of the game: Rook f5, h5, King e4, h4, gh4, Rook h4, and now the match of the king to the square c6 decides the outcome of the game. So now I have to stop to break my coverage. The players are here, and now we are going to see the press conference.
Не знаю, просто где-то видел какие-то там партии слон d3, там слон 4, что-то такое.
Welcome everyone. The first game finished. Alexander Grishuk just won against Anish Giri. Alexander today was much better than yesterday and good English opponent. How did it went?
Yes, I was lucky in the opening because Anish usually knows everything, but somehow this.
Yes, he didn't know the theory, yes.
He didn't know at all, and this endgame I think is considered to be...
Do you know that after queen c2 you must take on c3, queen e7, and then d5, and then...
But I'm...
Yeah, okay.
I think I'm sure I saw some
Castle,
games where
no, but
they
Castle
did
in
this.
fact more games than Bishop takes.
No,
c6.
wasn't
But
it
bishop
some
c3 is stronger.
bishop d3 that they were playing now, or it's not here? Because I remember some games where the white was going bishop d3, a3, bishop f8, or something like this. Maybe it is another position.
But queen f5 is the main line, and now the main is gf. Queen
Actually
f5
here,
is
queen
huge.
f6 is very bad. The only chance was to
Complications,
play
yeah.
with the pawn.
Really?
No,
It looks quite simple to me.
No,
Quite
e4.
simply bad,
No,
but...
e4,
e4, yeah.
No, it's very...
Yeah.
Okay, maybe with, if you analyze deeply, but I mean just I mean, it's for 20 years it was completely. And here I think white is slightly better, but I think this is a critical moment, I believe.
No, of course it's the other move. Yeah, the other move.
And okay, I always want to play something like c5, but
c6, I thought c5 maybe would play, because c6 will be my next.
c5 maybe I take here.
Yes, and this is quite a place why I didn't
So
play.
no, but c6.
But do I want to take on d5 really?
No, but you created some pressure. Okay,
So
let's
say
say-
h3,
Yes,
h3,
let's say h3, bishop e6.
Yeah, but then why do I play bishop g4? Just go here, see something, c5, c6.
Okay, here,
So c5 I thought d.
yes, if d, yes.
So c6.
If c6, I don't know, maybe I will go like this.
dc?
Because the difference is now after bishop c7, I have b6. If the pawns were exchanged, then I think this is just right.
Okay, but I will take your pawn square dc.
Yes, we take. I take here.
Okay, I think for example.
Yes,
Why is
let's
it so
say-
bad?
No, I'm not saying, but it's not better, it's just...
But I don't think it's even. I mean, it's okay. bc.
Yeah, it's just quite... But I prefer white, I don't know.
Yeah,
Bishop
no, I
c4,
also.
92.
But bishop e6. What is the big deal?
92.
Okay, of course, but
No, no,
isn't it
but why?
foldable? It should be foldable.
Okay, but I mean, here it's just, I think, everything
Yeah,
is
okay,
just
bishop
complete
e6.
a big fight. Because now all this, okay, this is again quite principle, but then you always have bishop b3, so...
But this is very unclear. No, you
It's
don't do
very-
this. No, this
Okay, maybe I go, I don't know, like take, because you want to take. So maybe I take, and go like g4, but it's just completely unclear.
Okay, the white is better, not clear. I mean, I need like bishop a3 compares.
Bishop h3, but you will have big counterplay, I think. No?
Why?
Just this, and then rook b8.
Really? Yeah, and because no, I only saw the c5. For some reason, c6 looked kind of like bad version of c5, but of course, c5 would allow.
And there was some funny line. I think, yeah, the reason why I played
Yeah, why did you go
a4,
castle?
because if castle, let's say you go a4, and then there was some funny line, like, okay, it's completely unforced, but c5, bishop a5, b6, and now okay, just to find this, and I made it probably.
That's nice.
And so you can decide a4, but it's very unclear.
Alexander, I'm sorry to interrupt. Probably it was better for white not to play b4, but b3 instead. And then black absolutely does not have any kind of counterplay connected with attacking.
I was expecting that white was
Looking
going to
played
play
against me b3, and actually after that game I analyzed a lot this variation for black, and I was not even close to find any counterplay. So basically maybe the position is technically lost.
Okay, don't exaggerate, yeah.
Yes, but I was analyzing, and so I
worse.
stopped completely because it is absolutely
No,
without
okay,
counterplay and no chance.
I mean, if you play this kind of opening like this, you don't deserve to get this kind of endgame in general, of course.
Bishop c3 equalizes after instead of castle. You
No,
take
because
here on
I was
c3 and
just
queen
sure that I
e7.
saw this somewhere, but that's why I played. I never
Castle
looked.
is like more games than
I never analyzed, of course. I mean, I saw just some friends of mine playing in some Vikings I see, you know, some games on tour with white, and black was maybe my second even, I don't know.
Anish, study my games. A lot of people play.
There are
this
many
against-
people whose games I have to study, that's the problem. It's not so easy.
So Anish, you were already on unknown territory here.
No, the problem is it's not, okay, how to say unknown. I have the feeling that I've seen this kind of, no, I've never studied this position, let's say. I mean, I've never studied, because I never played this with black, and I know it quite well because I played g3 with white here. And I studied those positions quite deeply, and I know that Alexander plays them with white. I saw some games. So I was ready to play it, but I know there is move a3, which I know a little bit about, and I know move e3 exists, but I don't know. I even thought bishop b4 probably is the move because they play a3, yeah?
Do you know the move d4 or move f4?
No, okay, of course, this I know, yeah. No, I know it
So you
exists.
want to what? To check Anish preparation all lines? What?
But he's telling that he
Okay,
this
also
names.
e4 and okay. Then.
No, okay, but yeah, you should, I mean, it's kind of to take here, yeah, maybe say. No, anyway, I mean, it was unpleasant because in general I don't like to have strategic weaknesses in an endgame. And, okay, yeah, because basically the problem was that for some reason I was only considering the move c5, and then he takes on, we get this very unpleasant position, he takes here on e5, and let's say d5, and we get very unpleasant position because
Maybe
knight comes on some point here, and there is no counterplay. And the move c6, I kind of thought I don't really want to take cb ab, and then I thought, okay, it's just a worse version of c5, but of course that's the move. Because to be very honest, I was not that unhappy at first because I thought, okay, obviously I'm incredibly passive, but here I blocked everything, and I thought if I manage, I mean, I kind of didn't consider f4 to be. I was afraid more of h4 and the idea h5 rook f4 to win my pawn. Then I considered I have move rook e5.
Yes, I didn't want to
Yes.
let this.
No, this move rook e5 is the only move, and it's not so easy. So somehow here I underestimated the long-term danger because I thought, you know, that okay, he doesn't break through immediately. I will have the g file. So I thought maybe knight e7, king h8, rook g8. You know, that he doesn't have a breakthrough point, and I'm able to hold. But besides that, probably position is bad anyway. He also concrete, it's kind of hard to move because here I cannot take even cd to win.
So in other words, the endgame is technically lost in the long run.
I mean, black has to do something extraordinary.
No, because my idea was that I was kind of well, I kind of
Even if I
underestimated.
take with c-pawn.
But I thought there's rook g2, rook g3, yeah.
No, I think your only chance is to play for miracle, like rook e8, rook d4, f5, and then rook e4.
No, but you know what was my idea?
Rook g3.
But I thought that here I just protect the pawn from rook.
Yeah, rook d5 is stronger because the king goes to c6.
Rook d4. But you could get this if you took immediately.
No, I can't get this. It's
Okay, but even this I think you will lose in the long run. I
This is,
think,
yeah?
I think so, because I will just advance and I mean, once there is some breakthrough, you will lose all your
But
pawns.
what kind of? You only can play e5 actually.
Okay, maybe I
You have
first
other-
bring
King to
one
f5.
pawn to f5,
No, king, we must
Yeah,
put the
maybe.
king on f5.
but through which square?
g4,
Maybe at some point take.
But you can
Rook
put
g6.
your put
h5, then I will play for
No,
split
basically,
change on
I have to be
g3.
honest. The problem here that I thought was that I cannot.
Yeah, you probably cannot. Yes.
I cannot protect because he want to go rook c4, king d2, rook c1.
I mean, you can protect like d7, e7.
But then, yeah, and then you win quite easily. You go king d3, f3, rook 4 c2, and you switch both rooks to g file.
No, but I have no doubts that
Yes.
such position.
Yeah. No, my idea was that I saw that if you move the rook, that I get my pawns like I mean, my dream scenario was that I managed to protect on the 7th rank. This was my dream scenario, but this is very strong because then I realized the king is kind of just
And
coming
then
in.
to d8. If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
protect
yeah,
from
yeah,
e7,
yeah. It's
it comes to d8.
so hopeless that it's. To be honest, I was a bit surprised that it's that hopeless, but yeah,
No,
I
this is
completely
completely
underestimated the danger because basically just completely lost.
Yeah, so the point came thanks to the fortunate opening choice, Alexander.
Yes, nowadays it's you never know. Sometimes you're very well prepared, you think, but your opponent is prepared greatly also, and then nothing comes. And sometimes you just play some light.
And then you get a fighting game and maybe something happens.
Well, unfortunately, it's not just fighting; it's quite unpleasant position, especially for me because I like to solve my problems in straightforward fashion. And
No, but I think this c6 is very straightforward. You like,
probably.
okay,
No,
at
I
least
mean,
you
yes,
want
of
bishop
course.
c7. I mean,
But I
at
think
least
we must
that's
stop with the press conference. I must go with the live commenting on the games
There
because
is a time trouble.
yes, time trouble in many of the games,
Okay.
and the spectators will be
Thank
much
you.
more
Have a
interested
nice
to look.
rest tomorrow.
Now only half an hour left until the time control, so it is necessary to make an update of the games because the games are closer to the time control and really interesting things are happening in the game and they're developing quickly. So let's start with the first game, Ivanchuk-Nakamura. After bc3, white took with the bishop on c3. Now knight d4, knight d4, c d4, and the bishop went to a5. So very pleasant position for white. I had this type of structure a couple of times in my own games, and very unpleasant pressure for the black side because black absolutely has no any active play and he must defend very accurately. Queen e7, rook c b1. So slowly but surely white winning space on the queen side. Bishop e6, queen a2, bishop c4, knight c4. So now you see that the knight on c4 is very strong, and the big difference in the strength of the pieces. How bad bishop g7 against the bad bishop a5. Rook a8 has just been played, but of course the position of black is very unpleasant. Now the most natural move to play for white, rook b5 followed by queen b3 or rook b1, and then black wants to enter the position on the square b7, attacking the pawn f7. So I did not understand completely why black played rook a8. Probably it was a good idea to exchange the pair of rooks and then to try to hold. Nevertheless, white advantage in this moment is quite big, and I'm very happy for Vasily because I'm supporting him in this game, so I hope that he will win. So Ponomarev, Bakro. Several moves were played there, and after bishop d3, c4 has been played, and I thought that white should sacrifice the exchange in this position, but somehow white played bishop e2, c3, and now king f3. The position of white looks very unpleasant and to say honestly difficult because the bishop e2 is bad. Black has a far advanced pawn on c3, and also the time trouble of Ruslan. Only 4 minutes left for the remaining scene 6 moves. So Van Gogh Dominguez saw a series of developments. After the move knight c7, white played h5. Now knight d5, rook b3, and c5. So when we see that the move c5 has been played, it means that the problem of black should be over in one or another way. Bishop d5, and now the move rook d5. Rook b6, and black is thinking for the moment, and at this moment black has the possibility to win a pawn taken on d4. Also it is possible to win the pawn taken on e5 here, for example. So the move rook e5 I like, and I don't understand completely what white has in mind in this position. For example, if d5, then rook d1, king g2, and then there is move bishop d8, for example, rook b3, rook d5, attacking the pawn on e5. Also the pawn on e5 is hanging. Also it is possible to play rook d5 first, and then later maybe bishop d7 or rook d7. So it seems that black is winning the pawn after the move rook a5. And what white has in mind in this position, I don't understand. So Freycinet Tomaszewski now. After ab5, white decided not to play rook ha1. I also don't understand why white didn't make such a natural logical move, because for a lot of moves white was trying to establish the control over the A line, to open the second front and to try to create some play there. And now after getting this possibility to take over the line, white plays the move queen d2 now. It looks a little bit illogical. The only explanation can be that white didn't like the variation that we were studying before, rook h1, g5, and then some kind of complications. So after the move queen d2, now black plays rook a8, rook ha1, rook a2, rook a2. So the control over the A line is not established completely, because with only one pair of rook you cannot go deep inside the position, because the queen b6 is controlling the squares a6 and a7, and so then you must play queen e1 or queen c1, queen a1, and then only you can go deeper afterwards. So now rook b8, knight h3. Also not entirely clear move. Maybe it was better to play queen c1 with idea rook b7, queen a1. Because what I now see after the move knight h3, black simply plays rook b7, and the further exchanges are inevitable. Because if now queen c1, then it is always possible to play rook a7, and with the exchanged second pair of rooks, basically black has nothing to worry about. And white understands this, so he decides to exchange the queens. So he plays queen a5. But actually it looks like some kind of resignation of the previous play for advantage. When the queens are going off the board, it means that white is no longer fighting for something special in this position. And I have a feeling that in the previous parts of the game, white was able to create more problems for black. And especially the fight for the A line was important in that aspect. So now Queen a5, Rook a5. Now the knight can go to c5, and with the knight on c5 attacking the bishop on b3, black should really not have any problem in this game. So white now is thinking after the move knight d7. And finally we can go to the game Caruana Geffen. So the game of the leader of this tournament. We left the game on move 21. Just almost immediately afterwards, white won the pawn. So rook a8 has been played in order to stop the pawn a2 from going to a5. Of course, the position of white now is winning. The pawn is a pawn, the pair of bishops. So basically, the strong player with a normal play should be able to win this position against anyone. Bishop f1 has been played here. Queen c8. Rook b4. Good logical move to protect the pawn on c4 and also establish the control over the square a4, and the passed pawn a should march further. Knight f8, a4, knight d7, a5. The pawn is going further, h6. So far, black has managed to stabilize the situation a little bit. White pawn a5 is not going further, and usually in such circumstances it is necessary to open the second front in this game. It is the well-known rule of the two weaknesses in this position. So white has already one advantage. This is the extra pawn and passed pawn a, but having only this at the moment is not enough. And it is necessary to look for the possibility to create some kind of play on the king side. So the most natural good looking idea for white is to play f4 at some point to begin the play on the king side. So h4 has been played, king h7, queen e3. Before going to proceed for an active play, white is trying to improve his position to a maximum. So now knight c5, f4. This is what I was telling about. ef4, gf4, and black is making a good move f5, because otherwise if white plays f5 then the game would be simply over, because it would be very easy to create the attack on the pawn g7 and the weak black king. So ef5, bishop f5, and somehow black is not losing the material immediately, because after bishop g2 black has the move knight d3, so winning back the exchange. So maybe f5, f4 has been played too quickly. Maybe it was possible to play rook d1 to keep an eye on the pawn d6 and later f4. But nevertheless, the position should be winning for white. Now rook e1, and now I see that the move d5 has just been played. So quite unusual development in this position, and black is trying to create practical chances using the open white king. So at the moment white is thinking, and the most obvious reaction is to take on d5, and then we must look at the resources that black has in order to create some kind of counterplay. So the only possible move is rook g6 check. Then it looks wise to go with king to f2. The square e4 is controlled by the rook before, so it is not longer possible. And I don't see anything special for black to create any kind of counterplay. So just only practical chances. Boris Gelfand understands that playing normally he cannot make a draw, because then his position is lost. Also he is short of time, so he is trying desperately to complicate the matters before the time control, and maybe he is hoping for the mistake of the opponent. But objectively he should lose here, because 2 pawns is a huge material advantage in this game, and so far I don't see anything direct from the black side here. So king f2 has been played, and only 3 minutes of Boris left for the remaining 7 moves. Although of course after each move black gets 30 seconds, still this is not enough. And now you can see on his face how unhappy with the position on board. So just he made the move knight d7. Yes, the knight on c5 was under attack. The square d3 and the square e4 were covered by the white pieces, and actually the square d7 is the only square for the knight. And we see now that the knight wants to go to f6, then the check on g4 is coming. So some kind of threats are being created by black. So not very clear, and still there are practical chances for Boris at this moment. Yes, h5 has been played, attacking the rook g6 and forcing the rook to go to g4, where it occupies very bad square, because the knight f6 cannot go to g4. And now white is thinking. So h5 was a correct move, and now white must find a good way to regroup his pieces to protect himself from all the checks and attacks. Maybe to play rook c4 now. It looks nice to attack the queen, to move the rook from the possible move like queen f8 and so on. Actually rook c4 looks very nice here at this moment. Maybe the rook can later go to c6 to control the square f6 if necessary. Okay, white is thinking. There are also other games being played in this moment, and we have to look at these games as well. So I'm now switching to the game Ivanchuk Nakamura. After rook a8, rook b5 has been played. I was talking about this move in my commentary. Now knight d7, rook a b1. Vasily is playing exactly how I thought. Now rook a b8. Also Hikara is understanding that his previous move rook a8 was not good, because you can never hold such a position with both pair of rooks on board. So finally he understood that he is forced to exchange one pair of the rooks in this position. After rook e b8, rook d5 has been played, exchange on b1, queen b1, and slowly but surely white is increasing the pressure in this game, and black is put under more and more pressure. So rook b8 has just been played. Basically, this move is almost forced in order to prevent the move queen b7. And black is fighting really hard out of the last resources in order to save this game. Only one move is remaining until the time control. Vasily has almost 2 minutes left, so now he must make a good strong move in this position. I like the move queen c2 here with idea queen a4. Also queen a2 or any other square is good. Or queen a2 was played because the queen must go to a4 to attack this knight on d7. So I'm happy for Vasily that he has managed to make the last move before the control, and he has kept the better position. So the defensive task of black is extremely difficult, if possible at all. So the time control also in the game Ponomarev-Bakro finished, and what we have in that game. So loading the video, and let us look at the position after move king f3. Rook b3 has been played, bishop d3, knight d7. Very good play from the black side. Black is regrouping his pieces. Knight c2, knight c5, and the pawn on c3 is really very dangerous for the moment. Rook a1, rook b2, king e3, and now the move g5. So it looks like white is in a complete stalemate, because now we see the complete domination of the black pieces in the moment. And I'm pretty sure that after the move c4, white should have given up the exchange, and then he should have tried to create the fortress, because now the position looks simply lost for white. Rook a3, and now very nice tactical resource. Rook c2, bishop c2, rook b2, and the bishop c2 under attack, and it is not possible to defend it because bishop f4 wins the rook on c1. Bishop b1 has been played. Now c2, bishop c2, rook c2. So this position is absolutely winning for black, and I can tell that the play of black in this game impressed me very much. Not only the opening preparation of Etienne Bakro was very deep, he also played quite creative chess in the middle game. He was playing most of the game with one pawn down, and really nice and impressive play for Etienne. And of course Ruslan didn't play his best chess in this game. It was obvious that he somehow lost the track in the middle of the game, and now he's simply losing. So let us look at the developments in the game Van Hao Dominguez. The last move was before the time control. We left the position after the move rook b6. For some reason rook e5 has not been played. Queen b8 followed. Queen b3, c d4. Yes, still black managed to win a pawn in this game. Knight f4, rook e5, rook b7, queen d6. And the players are repeating the moves. It looks like it will be a draw. Queen c7, rook b7, queen d6. So 36 move left, and Is it possible for black to escape the repetition of moves or not? Probably not, because if he goes to any other square after the move rook b6, then after queen d7, white wins the pawn on a6, and two passed pawns of white are very, very dangerous. So still for me it is not clear what white had in mind after the move rook e5. So the approach of Van Hau in this game to play e5 turned out to be quite risky, and actually if you followed my previous commentary, then you could see that I didn't like this move e5, and it turned out not to be a good move. And actually I see and I have a feeling that white became very, very lucky to escape with a draw in this game. And now I see that the players agreed a draw in this game, so they will be here soon. So we have to look at another game before they're in studio. And of course we must look at the most important game of the today's round, and the game Caruana-Gelfand, because it is very, very important to understand and to see whether Gelfand will be able to save lost position. We left when rook g4 was played, and after the move rook g4, bishop h3. I don't like this move because after the move knight f6 there is no direct threat to take this rook on g4, and maybe it was necessary to keep this bishop on f1 with the idea maybe bishop d3 to attack, to exchange this bishop on f5. After knight f6, queen c1 has been played, queen f8, and this is what I was talking about when I suggested the move rook c4, because after the move queen f8, black has won a very important tempo, attacking the rook on b4. And still rook c4 was played, but of course it should have been done previously. Now queen f7. Somehow 3-4 of black pieces are participating in counterplay, in the attack of the white king. So now white took on g4, knight g4, and with the last minute remaining for the moves remaining until the control, only two moves are remaining here after knight g4, white must decide where to go with the king. Of course, to the square g3, but then queen h5 with idea queen h2, then queen g6 with a lot of hidden checks, and it looks like that Fabiana misplayed his advantage, and with a brilliant attacking play, Boris Gelfand has managed to create some kind of counterplay, resources. King g1 has been played. Now it is necessary to take on h5. The mate on h2 is threatening. Maybe the queen can participate in the attack by the move queen h4, queen g3. So queen h5 has been played. Now probably it is better to play queen d2 to bring the queen into defense, and then the rook c4 can go to c3. Although black played brilliantly in finding the resources, still it looks like white is consolidating the position. But of course all these complications were completely unnecessary for the white side. His position was so winning in the middle game that going into such things as white was absolutely unnecessary, because the play in the remaining 10 moves of the game became very sharp. So queen h4 has just been played. Now the most logical move is rook c3 in order to prevent queen g3. And now the control is over. The last remaining game that we must look at is the game Tomaszewski, Freyssinet-Tomaszewski. So let us look at this game for the moment. So we left the board after the move knight d7. So I'm just going to explain you to give the last move and update in this position. So just you have to wait a little bit. I finish my commentary. So we left in the position after the move knight d7. Now rook a6, rook c7. It looks like black does not have serious problems in this position. Knight b6, rook a5, knight d7. So black, of course, is ready to repeat the moves. Now f4, knight c5, knight g1, rook b7, knight f3, knight b3, cb3, now c5, and the position looks pretty balanced for the moment. King f2, bishop e7, king e2, f5, and the control is over, and position looks like equal for me. Okay, so now I'm stop my live commentary. I was able to cover all the games and all the sharp developments before the time control. So I'm now giving the word to the players who are already on the press conference here.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have the second game of today, a draw between Bahau and Renier Dominguez. How it seems you like to play Catalan with both colors, black and white. How it went today?
Well, I mean, this is already like 2 years. I mean, I haven't played Catalan for 2 years. Just I didn't expect this, and somehow I didn't think Linear will repeat this C4 E6 line, which he only played in this tournament against the eventual, I think, only for one game. So I thought, okay, probably not repeat it. We repeat it, but then I thought, okay, maybe I should go for Catalan, but maybe it was just too solid for both sides. Yeah, let's see. I don't know, because I thought in the theory it was totally equal, because this bishop b6 was very important. I think it was improved to play the first lead by so easily.
Maybe, I don't remember.
Yeah, I think first played by so easily against the
But there are many games already with this.
Yeah, because I thought e5 is just slightly worse for black. Yeah, I know. I thought here probably this one was maybe, I don't know, even better. Just e5 takes king d2 and c6. It's nothing special for that.
And c5 is possible?
C5, yes.
Maybe c5 is
Yeah,
better.
yes.
Why should you play passive?
Yeah, I mean, king e7 probably then might have to play something like knight d2. But okay, this is nothing special. It's just c6 or a5.
Yeah, A5 also.
Almost anything. This is nothing special for white, but I decided to play solid because I was not feeling very good today, so okay. So I thought bishop d5 was a little bit of dubious, but yeah, because I thought here knight a2, you're just in time to get something, otherwise it will be worse. Yeah, I thought actually I thought that d4 was a bit risky because yeah, of course. I mean, without e4, you just
yeah, it's
equalize it
a5.
by company. I mean, without e5, play knight e5, we for e4, bishop e4. It looks very. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what I play with bishop, I don't want to happen. C6, e4, I thought you probably would play e5. I mean, this should be balanced. d5, d5, knight d5, knight at bishop d5, and it's almost static.
Yeah.
Knight c6, 4 shot. Yeah, I don't want to play on pd3. It's because I was not in time to get this a5, and otherwise white is slightly better. I mean,
You were not rook b8, I didn't understand.
yeah, I thought rook b8 was very
With the idea
logical.
queen a5, and to stop a5.
But knight c3, queen a5, d4.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, but I thought it's a
Yes.
draw and bishop e4.
Yeah, maybe it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine for you. Big shot somewhere else. I don't think black has problems.
But was there something wrong with queen b8?
I think it's just it looks passive, and I mean, because I don't know what was your plan. Maybe your plan to play e5 or
Yeah, at some point I thought that I can put pressure on d4.
yeah, but now it's probably dangerous. At least knight a4, d4, knight d6, d8, and e5. Yeah, so it's a pretty dangerous shot, like example it's like 10, 7, bishop 5, I believe only black is in trouble.
Yeah.
So you started to get hopes after queen b8.
Yeah, I had some hopes, but
e5 is very risky.
yeah, but I think e5 was the only move in the position, otherwise black will play e5.
But
If
d5,
knight to e5.
Knight e2, e5. I just,
and d5, were you looking?
but
Now
you,
e5?
you
Instead of
always-
e5.
Ah, but then I can even play e5.
What?
d5 here.
d5 here?
I thought that even e5 is possible.
But how about knight g4?
Rook d2, Yeah,
Bishop
okay.
c5 and
rook f1.
string position. Didn't see it clear. Even e5 is possible.
I thought e5 is quite risky because you are fixing the pawn and then you must go for attack, otherwise you can have problems with this pawn on d4.
I don't really know what will happen. Let's say maybe bishop c5 or
Bishop c5, maybe you can take on e6.
yeah, probably. So you take and then bishop
Yeah,
c5.
bishop c5, rook d2. No, I mean, black should be fine, of
I
course.
think it should be fine.
Even if you take on d5 and go for some b6.
Yeah, it should be for after 2 years. So I thought e5 was the only way to play for advantage, but yeah, unfortunately it's not in time to create some attack on the king side. For knight e5.
Maybe I should go rook d7 first.
Yes, knight b5 I didn't understand, you simply lost time.
Yeah, I think
okay, it's
rook
not
seven-
this because after rook d7 he goes
Yeah, rook d7 also.
the same.
I'm going to say no. No, I can't play h5. I can't play.
Rook d3, rook d8, rook d1.
And then play knight e5. Yeah, it was
You
much
want to
better.
tempt it.
Yeah.
But it's not clear because I don't want c5 here, no?
I don't know. I don't think you have any threats.
Because maybe now you will play
No,
knight
of course it
b4,
was.
queen c7, and then prepare c5 when d5 is not possible, when the pawn on e5 is
Yeah, yeah,
hanging.
of course, yeah. It's much
Yeah,
better.
during the game, I think black lost some control. Here, probably it was very critical. I don't know what should I go here. Maybe queen d3.
It's all about queen
Queen
b3.
d3, knight b4,
Yes.
b5. It's nothing special, I think. And also, I was very tempted by this move and almost play this, and I think here only white can resign behind that b4.
But
White
also
is-
b5 now, after bishop b4.
You want to play b5? I don't know.
Also possible.
Yeah, it was possible. Yeah, it's possible.
So it's too risky.
It's only to take maybe this, but it's not possible. Oh, cd forward.
Yeah,
Yeah, bishop b1 and not b4, rook b4, d3. Only white is in trouble. So. Yeah, I was thinking for something that I can go to d3 and rook not possible and rook b5. Here, position is still very strange and
yeah, it's
a lot of tricks.
rook b6.
And rook e5 is possible after rook b6?
I
I
think
thought that queen b3.
I think after queen d3 at least I
No,
have
no,
a
I mean-
draw.
Knight f4.
No direct threat for the moment.
I saw knight f4.
Well, it's very unclear.
Maybe bishop f6 now. Or bishop g5 even. I don't know what is better.
How about queen d3? Queen
No,
c4.
even I can take on d4. Rook b7, queen
Oh,
e8.
yeah, yes.
No direct
No,
threat.
actually I was going to play this first.
Okay, then you take on e2.
Take on e2 and queen f3, and somehow your rook is trapped.
Okay, rook c2.
Yeah, rook c2, and now I can make draw with queen b3 or try to play this, and I think it will not hurt. And
3 pawns.
yes, you have 3 pawns, but the point is
Yeah,
you
it's
can
queen
lose
h7.
simply.
Hmm?
You can probably lose this position. This is very strange to lose the position. Yeah, your piece is
Yeah, this trap is very interesting because I was trying to understand what is
Yes,
going after
somehow
rook e5,
queen on
but
a7, all these kind of things.
But somehow it felt wrong, so that's why.
Yeah, with queen on a7.
yeah, I was hoping for this and this will.
but okay, c4
No, I
is
mean, I
also
was thinking
possible.
after
c4 maybe,
cd4.
maybe now c4 immediately, not
Yeah.
taking on e2, or maybe
King
cd4.
King c4.
And queen c7.
Yeah, king c7 is ready, and position is really crazy. And you can even play queen b8 here.
Now queen b8.
Yes.
It is just concrete play for the computer to understand what is going, because
Take on f5.
Take on perhaps.
No.
Yeah, I take on some.
Some rook e6.
Probably
Yeah.
it's draw.
Calculating this kind of things.
but even bishop g5 is
Yeah.
possible,
Rook e4.
Yeah, maybe equal.
or maybe black is better.
Or you can't
Probably.
take all of this? No.
I don't know. Yeah, probably a better.
Because black is better.
Not again. Strange position. No, but queen b8 was very logical. Firstly,
I was thinking about cd4, rook e4, and then queen b8. Also possible.
You mean?
Yeah, in this
cd4?
position there should be something for black. Because,
cd4.
I also felt, but I didn't see rook d. Yeah, knight f4.
Yeah, I have found probably
rook c5 now?
only white is like
Queen b3.
Maybe rook d7 now?
No, but then rook e6.
And
This is
86.
hanging. Yeah, nice. No, I was really hoping for this one because this looks really, I mean, tempting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, b7. I
Yeah,
just
this
prefer
has
to play bishop d8, but I was going to play queen a4, and somehow only black would be in trouble.
So some kind of a trap.
Yeah.
But actually also some b4 I thought. No?
Yeah?
You can take cb or what?
CD4 after queen a4. I don't understand completely.
I'm going to play knight i4 and rook d4, queen d7.
But then bishop c5, I have the idea to trap this rook on b6, even giving up this exchange, and then to win maybe on b5
Yeah,
or
Not
something.
rook b3. No, that's queen e. Queen e.
Yeah, queen e8, outside d7, queen check, and this is probably only this line good for white.
So
No, queen b8 is logical, I think. No,
Queen b8, but what happened?
no, I mean what I played.
Yeah, queen b8. Yeah, it's logical.
Queen b3 takes, knight f4 takes.
Looks like.
And I don't know if I can play queen b7.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the only way for black to have.
Or maybe you can simply take on a6 after queen b7.
Yeah, I thought so.
Passed pawns. Pair of passed
But
pawns.
rook b5.
Then even some queen a2. No?
Yes, but it looks very ugly. I didn't like this, and other things that I was trapped.
Queen b7.
Queen b7, rook e6.
But you have square h7
Okay, so
and no checks. No.
no, king
Ah,
h7.
there is no queen f5.
Oh, but I don't know.
Maybe I have a6.
But it's not necessary for white to play like this.
No, you can also play some queen c4.
I was going to play this and actually in b6, and so I saw position is terribly complicated. Here, probably you can put this.
Queen a6.
And
Rook a7.
Rook is.
yes, here, and you have some choice. I don't know, take and queen for. I don't know. It's
Rook
very
c1.
strange.
Yeah, it was not clear at all.
So it was complicated fight, and
Yeah,
finally the result was fair enough.
yeah.
I think so.
So none of you is a little bit disappointed for not taking advantage at some point, no?
Yeah.
Are you going with a good feeling finally tomorrow in the race day?
Yes, exactly.
I'm sure you enjoy it.
I think so. I think it's wrestling is really important for me.
You're very tight.
Cannot.
So then, yeah, for you it will be Versailles tomorrow. Or
Well, I'm not sure because I'm also a bit tired, so
after
I
8
will
rounds.
have a good rest and I will see.
But you're going with a good feeling after today's round. Or
Yeah, well, it's still 3 rounds to go.
Yeah, 3 rounds.
Many things can still happen.
Yeah, I remember Tarkan. Only 3 rounds to go, and had about equal and finally I even sure the first place.
Yeah, it looks boring now, but it can get exciting.
Yeah.
now, thank you very much for all your explanations, and have a good day tomorrow.
Thank you.
We have just followed the press conference of the game Van Gaal Dominguez, so it was pretty obvious to see that all my suggestions and comments on the just present games were proved. So let us now look at the remaining games of today. And the first game is Ponomarev Bakro. What do we see now on the screen? And actually the position of Ruslan is lost. So basically nothing changed in that. Oh no, so just a lot of moves were played. I just do not get update on the site of the tournament, so I have to refresh the information, and I will try to update you with the things. So what was in that game? Actually we left after the move king f3. Then what was played? Rook b2, rook e3, bishop f4. Basically black is trying to improve his position, and rook a3, king g7, h4. It is useful for white to exchange as many pawns as possible. Knight d7, knight is going to e5 to win the pawn on g4. Hg5, hg5, now rook da1, knight e5, king g2, knight g4, rook a2. The exchange of the rook follows. Of course it was not forced for black to exchange the rooks, and now the move f5 has just been played. So basically black wants to break the pawn structure of white, bring the king to the square e5 and win the pawn d5, and then the match of the pawn d6 will decide this game. The position of white is absolutely lost. There are no practical chances to hope here, and I believe that this game will finish pretty soon. Of course, Ruslan Ponomarev will not be playing until the mate. Yeah, quite difficult to find practical chances here for white. So we can go now and look at the game Caruana-Gelfand. After the move queen h4, white didn't play the move rook c3, but instead he played the move rook e2. And now you can see on the screen that Boris is looking at the score sheet. He is going through the last played moves, so he wants to take some time to reflect, to understand. But although he was playing heroically in the last phase of the game, nevertheless he was not able to complicate the matters enough to save this game. His ideas and threats looked rather dangerous, but Fabio Caruana was able to consolidate the position, and his material advantage is huge. So it means that he will win this game. Is of course nothing extraordinary will happen. Vasily Ivanchuk is thinking. Oh, after the time control. So I'm now switching to that game. Queen a2 has been played. Queen e6, and now very good prophylactical move, king g2, in order to establish the control over the square h3. And now slowly but surely white will increase pressure on the black position, and I believe that with the correct play white should be able to create really serious problems for black. There is no any way for Nakamura to complicate the matters here. His position simply looks pretty bad. When I was commenting, I was giving my impressions over the play of Nakamura, starting maybe from move 16, 17, and actually all evaluations turned completely correct. So Hikaru lost the track of his game, started playing passively, moving back the pieces, and Vasily, as a great player, slowly but surely was improving his position of his pieces, increasing the advantage, and now at this moment Hikaru Nakamura faces serious problems to solve. His task is extremely difficult at the moment. So that and now the last remaining game is the game Fressinet Tomaszewski. Actually, the fight is still going on in this game, and Lauren is very creative, and I've just saw that he played b4 here. So he wants maybe to exchange on c5, then maybe play b4, and maybe then to try to win the pawn on d4. Although the position looks that it should be equal, but maybe it is not so clear, and Laurent can go ahead and put some pressure. Maybe he can exchange on c5, maybe then play knight e5, rook a6, and to attack the pawn on g6. So now it is obvious that White is still keeping the pressure in this game, and Yevgeny must defend carefully. Previously, of course, it didn't look completely dangerous for him. I believe his position was normal, and maybe he just made one mistake or another mistake in the moves leading to the time control. So for the moment, no new developments. I'm going offline now to make a break, and then I will be back online when the new things will be happening on bot.
we are online, Sergei. Good evening, everyone. We have next to us Ruslan Ponomaryov and Etienne Bakrov. Etienne just won theoretical discussion in Benoni. You seem to be an expert in this bishop b5.
Yes, okay. The fact that I knew many more opening moves than Ruslan helped in this game, because I don't know. It was played this. Okay, this is supposed to be good for black. It was played first time bishop b5 in Aronian Grishuk in Monaco, and then the second Grishuk.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I played this line with black.
With bishop b5?
Not bishop, but I mean this kind of Benoni. Okay, it was not from King's Indian, but it was from some. My opponent tried to play Catalan. I played in Ukrainian championship in last round. So I made some preparation, and here I played, I think, something b6. Yeah, of course I consider like other moves. I knew some theory, and something I didn't like. This variation, this white. But I don't know. During the game, I couldn't really remember what it was. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, but before the game, Aronian Grishuk, this was supposed to be the reputation of black.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it was something strange worked in my mind. Yeah, probably I should not play like this if I don't remember so well such a complicated line.
But I think it was unexpected for you and for me to play this position today.
Well,
difficult.
I didn't expect it really. Maybe it's also some.
Somehow today I remembered till wrong.
And yeah, okay. At least for me today, like two news, like one bad and one good. One good that at least it's not a draw for me because I was tired like every game. But the another bad is that I lost. But okay.
You wanted to break the ice, but
yeah, that's why I played a little bit over optimistic and some. Yeah, and here like I don't know, for some reason I know I respect.
We're already playing for a win or for a draw?
Well, I still played for something. I couldn't say, but I didn't really play. But I don't know. I already something. I wanted to play. In fact, I want to play something like Rook H3, but then I realized. But what if Knight C1? Just.
you blundered the pawn.
Well, yeah. Somehow, for some reason, I spent so much time. I started to calculate some variation with Knight C4, and I wanted to play something like Rook A2. I don't know. With idea Knight A1, B3, and if Knight A4, maybe something like now Rook A4. I don't know. Bishop B2, if Rook C4, maybe Knight C3. Like this. I was not sure, but then I realized, okay, maybe Rook E1, I can win a piece. I don't know, I started to look some stupid lines, but in fact I already blundered.
Knight D3 is...
Yeah, but okay, I mean, Knight D3, of course, it's logical move, you should consider it. And I don't know, maybe I should play something like Bishop D2. Normally, I don't know. Because if now Rook B2, Bishop C3, take Knight C4 at least. But I don't know if Knight D3, maybe also I have for the Bishop C3 and Knight F. Well, at this, yeah, I could.
No, here you take D3.
Take maybe here. I don't know. Take some sort. Take here. That's not so sure. Well, I can take on D3 with Rook. But then you can play. Like maybe take and Rook E, Knight C2, check. Yeah. That's why I didn't play this. Okay, but I mean, if I wanted to play for a draw, maybe I should consider something like this line.
Probably it's draw, no? Bishop F1.
Okay, maybe I'm slightly worse, but it's opposite colored bishops. Yeah. So yeah, and somehow it's was all together. Like I didn't remember well, and I didn't want to make another draw with white. Because it's a little bit too much.
But nobody can
The
blame
rest-
you for not trying now.
But I mean, I tried so badly, so I was punished.
Because after knight c2, okay, here I was happy with.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Okay,
already
looking
difficult position
Yes.
for white because I don't know.
Yeah, the point is that here.
And I didn't have it. Yeah, rook
On
b1,
rook
you
b1.
have c4,
Then black plays c4 and rook d6,
bishop e5. Yeah, this area.
So when I saw this while playing knight d3, I was thinking, okay, it's already
Going
clear
your
better
way.
for black here. And then
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have time and I also was in the bad position, so it was. I expect like some maybe miracle will happen there. Because sometimes
Very
you.
impressive play from your side. I was looking and then very impressive. So I liked how you played very much.
but it's quite.
But I mean,
quite-
I was not checking
once-
engines. I never use engines.
But
during
once,
commentary,
when
but-
I saw this bishop b2,
Of course,
okay,
you
then
need
I
to be a
just
little bit more accurate, but in general.
Yes, but very nice
Like,
play.
the problem is that white doesn't have any real control.
Yes.
Well, there is one moment, like rook b8, I can play.
I think
It's
your
very
problem
good.
that you didn't evaluate the position correctly at some point, and you was still playing for a win. But when you had just understand that no real winning chance, and then try to make the draw, and then you
Well,
lost
it's
this
also a
moment.
miscalculation. I mean,
Yes, probably you missed this.
no, I mean,
After
just knight d3, I want to play rook a3, it was my intention
Ah,
here.
mhm.
But because rook a3, I said, okay, like if knight b2, rook b3, knight d1, rook d3, it's trapped.
Maybe it is not that really bad for white, even
Rook
after rook
a3,
a3.
knight c1, rook c1, rook b2.
And then knight e3, and then take on e4, knight c4, and then to take on d6. Maybe it is not really that bad.
What?
Maybe
Here?
it was the best. Here, rook c1,
Yeah, would be two.
now knight e3.
Even
The
rook
same
a4 is
force.
possible with ID and knight e3 later.
But knight a4, rook a4, knight d7.
But I'm not so sure if he will take the pawn on e4.
Okay, then I have my knight on c4.
Yes, here I have some good move, I think.
Well, you can take on e4,
This.
because I still have bad king, I don't know.
Knight c4.
Yes, here I think I have some good move. Maybe knight f2. Okay, during the game I thought that I
Okay,
had
then
Ah,
I
no,
begin
knight-
with bishop
knight-
e4, so not to give this
yeah.
chance.
Hmm?
I give a take on e4 and then knight c4.
Yeah, maybe it's
Yes,
the
but-
best chance,
but
but still.
mistake.
Knight c4, rook, rook to king f1. Yeah, maybe it was at least much better. At least simplify position.
Yeah, simplify
But
position.
yeah, I sometimes have, like, you made one mistake and then
Yes.
another one.
I think
Some
there was
kind
some good move here for black.
Yeah, maybe. At least compare with the game, it looks much better for white.
But Ruslan, you mentioned at some point after Etienne's rook b8 in some position.
Yeah, it was good move.
But you could sacrifice the exchange on c4 and play
Yeah,
exchange.
but then it's.
Yeah,
It was better than in the game, in any case.
Yeah, but I played c4 because I
Maybe.
thought rook b6 is the only move, but
Yes, rook
it's
b6.
lost anyway because I
I
just.
thought I will suffer anyway.
Yes, but it was much better than in the game. In the game, you
Yeah,
immediately
but
lost it.
here it doesn't matter because you need to take, otherwise bishop f4.
Okay,
So-
bishop f4 is not so
And this
dangerous.
is winning for black, easy. And okay, if I can play bishop f4 and a big change up.
But you cannot enter my position.
Well,
Not
I
yet.
mean,
Knight
But-
c4.
okay,
Not
it's like always choose. You can like suffer alone, but you will lose, or maybe you can just try to, I don't know, to make your opponent worry about something. Maybe it can blunder some pawn, c pawn. I don't know. I mean, it's just was practical decision. Nothing else.
So the problem was the opening of the middle game.
Well, I don't know what's the problem. Because I'm not like really happy with my own play in this tournament. But okay, yeah, if you have good position from the opening, you can try to play. If you are, let's say, not good position, it's always
Some
a problem.
So you are going into tomorrow's day with a relaxed mood. I don't know. You will enjoy it or happy about it?
About what?
Or
About my
free day.
about
Free
my
day.
looks? Or what?
Have some
Oh.
time to think.
Well, it's always time to think. Even when your opponent's move, you are walking, and you can always think not only about position, about life, and judge what's going on. But okay.
And Etienne, I remember that the other free day you didn't join us to Versailles, and you said that you never visited. Are you going to take advantage of it now?
Maybe.
Or,
I yet don't know what I'm going to do.
or still prepare hard, because we can see you have some very good analysis.
Two last days it was quite...
Yeah, in the beginning was not so good with
Yes.
theory, but now very good preparation. You have a secret second appeared.
Okay, just luck. Luck is
just
on my
luck.
side just now. In openness. I hope it will continue. But I think it was a good move for me to cry a little last time
Huh?
about my bad preparation and bad opening's position,
Mhm.
because now it's starting to improve.
Well, if there's
What's
nothing
the
more to
plans
say,
for tomorrow, Angie? Or it's
rest,
just a free program? Because before previous rest day, there was some proposal from organizer. So
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
was-
curious. I
it was
want
a
to
very
talk.
nice tour to Versailles previous free day, but tomorrow I'm not so sure. We can always ask the organizers. I see
Well, we
one
can
of them
go
right there.
every time to Versailles. But okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Or it's just freestyle.
so it means that you would like to have something organized.
No, I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm curious.
I think
Freestyle, yeah. Okay.
everybody can sleep.
You rest.
Or are you going to the city center?
Well, I don't know. We live in the city center, or it's not really city center.
Well, Versailles is around the corner, but from the city center I'm sure that we will have some advices from the organizers pretty soon.
Of course, it's a little bit different when you can, like a tourist, or when you are playing tournament. But okay.
Well, next time. Thank you very much.
Good evening. We have just looked at the press conference of Ruslan Ponomarev and Etienne Bacro. And now there are only 3 games remaining. Today we have a really fighting day with decisive games, and 3 remaining games are still being played in comparison with the yesterday's game when everything was finished very quickly. So let us look at the game of Vasily Ivanchuk. So what is going there? After king g2, black played queen c6. Actually, this move is quite good in order to prevent white from playing queen a4 and activating his queen. Bishop d2 has been played. Rook a8. Now the move queen b1. It is very important for white to activate his queen and bring it into play. Now white has the idea to play knight a5, force black to move the queen away from the square b5, and then play queen b5. So what happened after the move queen B1. Just a moment, the site of the tournament, we cannot see updates, so I have to refresh the information. So after queen b1, h5 has just been played. And now Vasily is thinking how to use his pieces to enter the position. So it should be... and he just played rook d6 with an idea to push the queen away and then go with the queen to the square b5. So Hikaru Nakamura is making the move queen a4. Quite interesting play. So concrete play is coming now, and if queen b7, then knight c5 is possible, and black is ready to take the pawn on d3. Of course, it is necessary to calculate the following line. For example, queen d5, knight d3, knight b6. So not entirely clear what black has in mind. So what he is going to react to this moves of white. So just queen b7 looks interesting for the moment. Yes, and now I see that the move queen b7 has just been played, and it is possible to say that white is making a progress. His pieces are entering the black position. So Hikaru is thinking. It gives us the possibility to switch to another game, and this is the game Caruana Gelfand, which of course is the most important game of today's round. So let's see what is in the game. So a couple of moves were played. After queen h2, rook e2 was played, rook f8, and now the rook c3. So I was talking about the move rook c3 on move 41. Still, it is necessary to keep this rook participating in the defense of the white king. Now the point that rook f6 is not possible because bishop d8 wins another exchange. So black has played queen h5 after the move rook c3, and now the move d6. White is trying to push his passed pawns as quickly as possible, and the plan with rook f6 and rook g6 can easily be stopped because rook c3 goes to the square g3. So white is winning in this game, but of course nobody wants to resign, and Boris Gelfand is trying to find the defensive resources in this position. Maybe he can play now knight f6 with idea knight e4, maybe, but of course these are just attempts, and objectively he is losing this game. The longest game of today probably can be the game Plesinier-Tomaszewski. So let us look what is going in this game. After b4, black took on e4, d e4, bishop f6. So the idea is to try to support the pawn. The pawn, so now black wants to play c4 and to have a passed pawn in the center. So white has just played e5 here, and now bishop e7. Maybe it was possible to take on e5 just to create the weakness on e5, and after e5 maybe then to play bishop e7, because after bishop c5 we can see that the pawn e5 is somehow weak. But bishop e7 was played immediately. Now e d6, bishop d6, and now it is possible to see that if now white takes on c5 after bishop c5, king d3, the pawn is situated on the square f4, so 3 pawns together, f4, g3, h4. Of course, it is not very obvious, but somehow it looks better for white to have 3 pawns connected to each other. And white is standing better here. He's putting pressure on black, and white is definitely playing for a win here. So the difficult task lies ahead of black. One more move was played in the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura. After the move queen b7, rook a7 has been played because knight c5 was not working because of the previously shown variation. So now white must choose and find the square for the queen. Queen d5 here for the moment looks nice because rook g6 is threatening now, and somehow black position is very passive. Maybe black has prepared to play knight f6 here with the idea to meet queen e5 by the move knight e8, winning the exchange. Maybe that was what black prepared after the move rook a7 and now queen d5, knight f6. Also, of course, instead of queen d5, it is possible to give the check on c8, and then black can play king h7 with the idea to meet queen e8 by the move knight c5. Now queen a4, rook a4, and black is attacking the pawn on d3, so black is also okay. So after the move rook a7, white is thinking in order to find the way how to regroup his pieces and proceed further with the initiative. So Vasily now is thinking. So no new developments in the current games, so I'm going to disconnect now. I will be online again when the new things will start appearing on the bots. Unusual developments we have in the game Prix Tomaszewski today, this evening, and let us look at the happenings in this game. So after e d6 bishop d6, the exchange on c5 took place, and now instead of playing the move king d3, what I suggested, white played rook a6. So quite a normal looking move, but somehow it feels quite strange. So after rook a6, black played d3, sacrificing the pawn. And I'm trying to understand what is going to happen in this game. Because after king d3, bishop f2 has just been played, and I don't understand completely what has black prepared after the move knight e5. Because after knight e5, black cannot take on g3 because rook g6 wins the bishop. So what black can have in mind after the move knight e5? So the only logical move in this position is the move king h7, with the following idea: to meet the move rook g6 with the move rook g7, trying to win the pawn g3. And although so just not this variation, but another took place in the game. After the move knight e5, black has just played rook b6. And now it is quite obvious that black wants to exchange the rooks and then keep white king tight for the protection of the pawn g3, because the pawns f4, g3 and h2 are standing on the black squares. So now white must take a decision, and it is a difficult decision, what to do with the rooks. To keep them all alive and then try to play for activity. Or play, for example, like rook b6, bishop b6, and now king e4, with the idea to protect the pawn g3, playing with the move king f3. So still white keeps the advantage in this position. This is unquestionable. But whether this material advantage is enough to win, this is the remaining questions. And maybe in light of this sacrifice of the pawn, maybe it would be better for white to play king d3 first, and maybe then later to try to play rook a6, knight e5, and so on. I'm not completely sure about white move rook a6. So let's conclude. White is having advantage in this position, an extra pawn, but the question remains whether it is enough to win. So now let us look at the game Caruana-Gelfand. So after the move d6, what has been played? So I need update of the tournament site. Probably rook f6 was played or something. Yes, rook f6 has been played. Now d7, rook g6, and now the move rook g2. So white has successfully defended himself from all mating ideas, and the pawn on d7 is ready to queen. So now a lot of white pieces participating in the defense, and this everything should be more than enough for a win. So of course white should win in this game. And if you're now watching the video, you can see that Boris Gelfand looks disappointed, but sometimes life can be hard. Yesterday you win, today you lose, so you can never win all the games. But actually a very important game for Fabiano Caruana, who demonstrated excellent fighting spirit. Yesterday he lost like a child to Hikaru Nakamura, just blundering the queen on move 14. He managed to take himself under control, to sleep well, motivate himself for another fight, and he demonstrated a good fight, very interesting opening preparation, and he is winning this game. So very high fighting spirit. Now I see that Boris Gelfand resigned, so it means that he will be here soon together with Fabiano Caruana, and they will be discussing this game. But actually everything is clear, so all the main points of this game were explained to you. So this game is pretty one-sided, clear, with all mistakes. Everything is very obvious, so just let's see and wait what the players have to say about their game. I'm now going offline, and let us wait for the players.
Welcome everyone to the press conference of the game between Fabiano Caruana and Boris Gelfand. Fabiano, after yesterday's loss, came back and took a full point today. Was it a very good opening choice?
Well, I'm not sure if it's a variation which promises an advantage, but it gives some kind of interesting play, and it's not very common. Okay, the main moves are castle or c3, but d4 was played a few times. I mean, recently, I think in the World Cup, switch over. But he played a6, which is also a decent move, but queen b6 maybe is better. Okay, we get some kind of position. c4 is technically a novelty.
Maybe queen b5, but to take.
Okay, yeah, but this is kind of dangerous after knight d4.
No, take, yeah, but even knight e7, knight c3.
Maybe also
Very dangerous.
somewhere I'll get knight on c4.
Yeah.
So if here, then knight a3 is probably strong. No, I think bc6 is correct. We played pretty much normal moves, I think. Okay, queen c7. There's many moves, of course. There's bishop b7. There's c5. Queen c7 looks normal. I'm not sure. Maybe f4 here is a better chance.
Should be 7.
I thought you were going to play d5 though. I was worried about that.
Also possible.
That's why I didn't play it. Although I was starting to wonder if maybe I'm better here. After some f5, maybe f6. But, okay, it's a bit chaotic.
But I can play bishop e7.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I played bishop e3. But we can always get this position, I think.
Yeah.
And, okay, now d5 isn't so easy to achieve.
C5 maybe.
Yeah, c5 and, okay, it's another possible position. But I think, yeah, okay, bishop e3 is normal, but e5 is probably a mistake.
Yeah, horrible.
I think a knight f4 is strong. And I was planning c5. Because if
E5?
bishop, so c5, yeah.
I play
e5,
e5.
yeah, bishop c4, and knight e6, knight a4 maybe.
No, I want to play d6 here.
Yeah, take, bishop, and I'm not sure. Possible, maybe rook c1 here.
Yeah, queen e7.
No, queen f3 is good. But I think black has at least not much worse position. It's better than the game.
Yeah, sure.
Because after e5, g3, this knight is really terrible, and I don't know, black has probably a very bad position. If black tries to stop b4 with a5, then c5 is getting a big advantage. So black has no time.
Yeah, knight g6 is very terrible knight for this position. Because it is Paul's instruction, knight should stand on f6 then,
Yeah.
but not on g6.
Any rook g6. And yeah, now white will play b5. I don't know why. Black can probably defend it, but it's going to be a very long game.
So after e5, black wouldn't have come back into the game.
No, I think it shouldn't. It's not losing anything. It's very unpleasant to play this. And I was pretty happy because white's play is just for free. All the moves come pretty naturally. Okay, also knight e7 was maybe an idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have some c5 moves. It's also
Yeah, I don't like c5.
okay. Queen d7 looks normal. Yeah, I was a bit surprised by bishop b6.
That's a good idea. You threaten c5 and I like consolidate.
But do I threaten c5?
Yeah.
Let's say if you play rook c8,
Can you play c5?
or maybe knight e7, if you really want to stop
But
c5.
can you play c5?
Yeah, so take.
Take.
I take on h7 or
Take on h7. Looks horrible, no? All pinned.
I wasn't sure. Maybe black can get out of this pin. Maybe queen c7.
You want to see d6?
Yeah.
Isn't it queen rook?
I just queen e5 though.
Queen e4?
No, queen e5 rook d1.
Queen e4?
Oh, queen e4. Yeah, maybe c5 is very strong.
No, but I think it's a good idea. I gave up one, but kind of consolidated.
Maybe f5 you should have played at some point.
Oh, but then I'll collapse, I think. With knight on g6, I think I would simply collapse.
Rook on c6 will hang against the wall.
c5.
Maybe bishop
Tactics
b6 is
work against.
Yeah, because in the game just giving a pawn.
No, but okay, at least I consolidate.
yeah, it's not
Okay.
so easy to make progress with white here. Okay, all the moves were pretty much normal, I think. And here I didn't really find a plan. Maybe f4 immediately is a better try.
Yeah.
I was waiting too much. But I didn't know what to do after f6. Maybe I should just start to push f5, g4, h4.
Yeah.
Because in the game I let it get very messy. I didn't see this f5 idea, and my king is extremely exposed now. Unfortunately, bishop g2, knight d3 is...
But rook d1 you have to play here, no?
to take on d5 with the rook.
Okay.
Maybe you can still do it.
Yeah, I would do it. But take
With the rook, right?
king h2 now. Two. Of course, I have some counter chance.
Knight d4.
Yeah, I was intending to do it,
But maybe you just lose everything.
yeah, for me.
I was thinking that you play something else, some new queen move. Maybe queen f8.
But then bishop g2.
But rook e8.
Maybe even rook
Yeah.
b2 is better. After just to.
But rook e8.
But rook e8.
That's why I played rook e1 to stop this rook e8.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because it's kind of
maybe. But also after in the game of d5, I think I could play also rook e1, queen d7 was possible. But I don't.
Yeah, but then queen e7 wins.
Queen e7.
I trade queens.
Oh, you trade queens, right.
But d5 is the best chance.
Right, d5 is a good move.
Actually, for some reason I thought I'm just winning here, and I realized it's really not clear at all. Because first I thought bishop d3, but then knight f6, and you have this d7 square. And I don't know what this is. I was worried I might get mated. So at least I get rid of this rook. Queen f8, rook c4. I guess it's all forced, right? Queen f7.
Looks so. I was happy with my position. But here, of course, rook f8 was. I realized it only after time control. I just wasted 2 tempers.
It was time trouble here.
I still had 1 minute.
Okay, let's say
Bishop d4.
yeah, but d5 is loose now.
Bishop d4, then
Maybe rook d8. I don't know, now I start to attack.
no, I can play queen h4 now.
And if rook e2?
Rook e2, I can play maybe. No, rook b8 is the same.
Rook
Yeah?
c7 also coming.
I'm not in time. Yeah? Bishop d4. Yeah?
Wait, has too much extra material.
Rook queen h4, rook c7. Rook e2, yeah?
Maybe it is not forced. Maybe there is something else.
I don't think it could be something else. Rook b8 and bishop b6 back, yeah? And we get more or less the same, yeah?
Yeah. It's the same.
The same, just I have another rook. Maybe knight f6 here.
But in general, it doesn't look like enough. If I play
Rook h2, yeah?
Bishop
rook
b5.
h2. No, rook h2.
Bishop b5 also.
Okay, but this is against forcing. Rook g2, rook c7.
No, but rook g2, queen b3,
And
rook c7, yeah? Yeah. Over.
Yeah, maybe it's winning anyway.
Very strange, because it thinks it's very good compensation. Yeah, maybe not. No, knight d7 is 1.
Rook g4 is forced.
Yeah. And bishop h3, yeah? Maybe I could take on b6 here, my idea was another idea. Yeah, because... No, here maybe knight d5.
You mean the same game is kind of...
Probably it's holdable, no? Or you don't think so?
No idea.
Yeah, it looks like good drawing chances now.
Yeah, somehow I'm losing the pawn.
Yeah,
Okay, so I don't know how to take them. Maybe 8 takes.
8 takes? Yeah, I was afraid of 8 takes.
But yeah, rook a2.
But maybe rook a2. No, here rook a2.
And if rook e2,
Take.
king takes.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you can move the rook also. Well, I trade queens. No, that's fine.
no, then it's bad.
Oh, but queen c2?
Queen c2.
Check.
Winning the queen? Yeah. Yeah, this was probably a better chance. Okay, with my time I would just go for the endgame. Bishop g4, yeah?
Really?
Well, I mean, I don't want to lose.
But queen b6?
Maybe with the rook to take on b6. Then at least you get exchange left.
But if rook h4?
And even now, maybe rook c6.
And queen d7? Or queen f8?
Maybe even rook h3 is possible, rook c8, rook c8. And then rook c2 is next.
Right, but rook a here? Ah, rook h3.
Yeah.
Queen e5, yeah?
I don't know, maybe it's
King
winning.
g3. King g3 should be
No, it's,
Yeah, it's winning. No, it's not.
but the queen f8, no,
Queen f8, yeah.
it doesn't look very clear.
No, maybe queen b6.
Yeah, queen b6, that's normal.
But
I'd be worried about some queen b8 or something. Rook b8 and something like that. And queen c5. That probably doesn't work.
white doesn't work.
Oh, can I take here? Take on 5 and take on b6?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
There are a lot of checks. Queen d5, and then queen c5 is hanging queen d2. The king is open.
Yeah, but somehow I should hide my king eventually.
No, queen c2.
Ah, queen c... Oh,
King f1.
king of 1 is...
Queen d3.
Rook.
Maybe in queen c3. No, queen c3, rook e4, yeah?
Queen c3 here?
Yeah, rook e4.
Yeah.
And queen d3.
Queen d3 here,
Oh.
yeah?
Rook e2, queen f2.
And...
Queen d1, queen c4.
yeah, looks like a draw.
Maybe white goes.
Yeah, okay, so I should take it then. And here, right? And
Queen
here.
c2.
Can I play king f3? And then queen d1.
Maybe rook. Ah, then
It looks like you have a draw. Okay, but over the board it's impossible to
Yeah.
calculate any of this.
And
At least with no time. But I don't know. Only the computer can say. Yeah, maybe here it's already losing.
so,
Yeah.
so you have a lot of experience actually in this opening, but still you got a bit surprised by Fabiano's choice, because I saw you were thinking about that in the beginning.
No, black has a lot of plans, of course, I was familiar with the four, but black has a lot of plans, I was thinking what is the
Which
best
one to choose?
Which one to choose, yeah.
So it was a difficult choice.
Yeah, of course, of course. Big choice, but not so easy to make, yeah.
So Fabiano, I think Vladimir is quite happy about today, especially going with a good feeling into the rest day.
Yeah, well, at least I recovered from yesterday.
Yeah, this is a big achievement to recover after such a difficult game as yesterday, so it deserves appraisal. That's such a quick recovery, really. Have you slept normally or not after yesterday's game? I'm just curious.
Not really. It's
Still-
hard to get it out of your head.
Yes, yes. Also, I know the same problem, that if you lose in a stupid way, then usually the next day you cannot sleep.
No, but this was a bit beyond stupid. This was simply impossible.
But here I could take on d5 maybe, no?
And if I take on d4?
Take.
No, maybe it would be fine. Okay, but this doesn't look like enough.
Sorry?
This doesn't really look like enough.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, optically speaking, it looked kind of dangerous when we were looking.
I don't
But
know.
computer will tell us probably that we don't see some things.
Here it's still a bit tricky because if rook c3, this rook c8 is very annoying.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe it's still winning here. If I take it. And this position. I thought it's still winning, but I didn't want to go for this. Because you never know.
Yeah, probably it's no, but here maybe I can. This is the position, yeah? Rook c3. Yeah, it's not something.
Rook c8, rook e2 is possible.
Yeah. Nothing else here. Yeah, should be lost.
Yeah. Well, there is the rest day tomorrow, so we can analyze a bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are only 2 games remaining in this round. Oh no, just 1 game remaining. Because I cannot understand what happened in the game Ivanchuk-Nakamura. I see that Vasily lost. He lost on time? Yeah, it looks like Vasily lost on time. He was standing the whole game better and much better, and then now I see that he lost on time. What a tragedy for Vasily. Yeah, unbelievable. So that such a thing can happen when you have 30 seconds added for each move, after each move. So really unbelievable. So I don't know whether Vasily will come for this press conference where he is still in state to come here and talk to us about yes, and then he says that he was completely winning, but we're curious, of course, to see whether he was really winning. Of course, his position was unquestionably much better. So Alina is trying to persuade Vasily to come here to this room and to talk with us and explain. But of course, I can imagine how difficult for Vasily to be here, because losing on time in this position is really a painful thing to happen. So I don't know whether he will come or not. They're in the room. Yeah, this is a tragedy in chess. So for every player, if you lose, it's like the end of the life. So just the small tragedy. But of course, this event is exactly the reason to be very happy. It is like this: when you are playing against each other. Usually you can never have two people happy after one decisive game. Yeah. So what else to tell? Okay, we can even look and start. We can look,
yeah, okay, lastly I played d3.
Yeah, I play quite often, that's why it's,
Right,
yes, I'm acquainted with the ideas of the
yeah,
acceleration.
All this is, pretty normal, I think. Okay, I don't know if knight b. I remember against bishop b3, some knight b8, knight d7 was pretty normal.
Yeah, against,
but against
bishop
c2,
usually knight e5 and c5. So sometimes I play.
oh yeah, also yeah. No, but for some reason I saw some game with bishop b7, knight b8, knight d7, and so this was my whole idea.
But the normal reaction after the bishop c2 to play d5 as black instead
yeah,
of bishop d7, and that's why bishop b3 is played to stop d5.
Yeah, today you're the expert. I will agree with you. Yeah. No, of course. Bishop b. But the real question is whether it's actually anything special for white or whether it's just equal. Like, I felt like somewhere around here I should be. I thought this whole structure,
frankly speaking, is a little bit strange. Also here you could have played d5, and knight b3, knight c5 is usually not a threat because then you can play queen d6 maybe just.
Yeah, you understand the structure better than I do. So yeah, okay, I'll agree with you on this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if this is right, but still I thought I should have been.
Yes, the position is completely okay, but then bishop d7 was wrong, I think, I believe. Because the bishop is going to b3.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow I thought I thought this was a very nice idea, but in fact it's probably quite stupid to play bishop d7. But I just couldn't quite figure out. I wanted to put the bishop on d7, knight on c6, and then just play. But somehow here, I just end up a little bit worse, probably.
Yeah, now it's unpleasant because I get similar structure from other, like the variation d3, d5 in parallel.
Yeah, just.
I spent so much time because I was looking for force and win here. Okay, bishop c7 was principal.
Or c8?
Queen a7.
Yeah, but now queen
h3. Yes, but this is not all. Queen b7, knight f6. And here if rook a5, king h7 is unpleasant. So I was trying to find force and win after rook b5, rook c5. I don't know. Maybe it was winning. But what is correct place for rook? Because if rook b5, even queen d7 is possible, if idea. Takes, knight e4. So...
Yeah, it's still, I think, completely fine for black.
It's completely... It's maybe draw...
Knight d6?
Rook d7.
No, but why not just king f6?
You have king f6. Okay, you have king f6. No, okay, here it's okay. So, I don't, maybe rook c, I need to find correct place for my rook. Maybe rook c5. Or rook a5, because I considered rook a5 a lot of time, but then I didn't see here what to do. It's very close to win, but I couldn't find force and winning way. Maybe rook c5 is correct, I don't know, but here bishop f8 maybe is. No, rook c5 is wrong. Rook a5, but.
Yeah, but knight h5.
Yes, knight h5, and now something maybe.
No, I thought king g2 was right. I did not.
Okay, king g2 I could play in 1 second, but it looks like very close to win. Of course, I can take and rook d8 with big advantage. Okay, if I want
No,
to.
but I mean, I just taking knight d7. It's quite an easy.
King f1. Okay, it's better for white. I am not claiming I am winning, but I have advantage. I have say advantage, but so rook b5. King. Maybe even now. Now knight h5. It's bad because takes and rook b8. I should play f6. Okay, it's.
Yeah, still it is not
Still,
lost.
still should be a draw.
Knight g7
Yeah,
is
still
going
should
out.
be.
If you cannot trap the knight on
Yes,
h5.
but it's good there. But queen d7 here. I couldn't find nothing forcing, and I had feelings that it's very, very close. It's something need to be. And then I play king g2 after.
I was not sure about the move rook d5. When they were doubling rooks.
No, but
rook
I mean,
b8.
Yes, of course I could change a rook, but it's also good. Rook d6.
Because somehow the queen became active. Before it was quite passive on e7, and now
Yeah, I mean, I
king
tend to
h7. It was completely surprise for me. Of course, now I can do many moves.
No, but I mean, I think already it's. I mean, I don't see why black is much worse here. In fact, I mean, okay, if you can take on f7 and draw, but I don't see an advantage for white at this point.
But white knight f8 was worse.
No, just queen f3.
Queen f3.
Queen f3, and there's no
yes,
entry.
of course. So because after knight f8, my idea was okay. Of course, now rook takes f6 if
Yeah, it's just a draw.
I want
takes,
to be safe. But knight f, but.
after queen e6,
Queen e6, queen d1.
Queen e6, queen d1, and suddenly I think you're getting. I think you're just getting mated. So.
Rook a6 takes
queen
queen
e2.
e2. Yes, I have seen this moves. Yes, rook
Maybe then knight e5, queen d2,
Sorry?
queen f7,
Sorry?
Yeah,
How?
no, then just queen h6.
and the queen is trapped.
So-
and you don't
Yeah,
have
no,
to-
I mean, it's still a draw. But I just mean, what.
But you're,
no.
you're not in some form.
Yes,
if I
yes.
play f4 at the end.
Okay, takes. Queen e2.
Knight e5 simply.
Yeah, okay, but for start. Yeah, okay, takes.
No, the
Queen
queen.
e6. No, but I mean here for example, I mean, okay, there. If I go queen a5.
Queen a5.
But it was not the variation when the queen was coming to f7. It was not possible to get
Knight
this variation.
f7 or knight f3. Okay.
I mean, no, white's fine, of course, but I mean, okay, you check and I go king h6, and it's still, I think, is just a draw. I mean, if I go queen d2 here, I don't see knight g5, king h6. and
Yes,
then-
but at least.
Yeah. Okay, it's
Or
not
maybe
losing.
knight f3. Yes. So I couldn't lose, but I played knight b6. I completely missed queen a3. I don't know why.
Yeah, queen a3, and now you have to go knight b3.
So queen a3 I have seen, but I completely forget about my pawn on d3 after taking. I consider queen takes d6, knight f6 only. So I completely forget that it's possible.
I mean, just knight c4 also is quite simply a draw.
Knight c4
Knight
was
c4
possible.
also, and just repeat.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I can also take on d3, e4, and go queen b1, queen e4 for a draw too. But I mean, okay, you can't lose.
Maybe. Yes. So knight c4 was completely possible. So black has no idea to play for win. Yes, queen d3 doesn't
Yeah.
look serious.
Yeah, I just repeat. I go queen e4, queen b1, e4, and just okay.
Yes, knight c4, playing bishop c1.
Yeah, now of course now it's okay. It's still fine, but now it gets tricky.
Yes. Terrible. I completely missed.
And f3 is not a draw?
After no, because after knight e3, king f2, bishop f8. This is the problem.
Maybe then knight c4, take on d6, and win the pawn on
Sorry?
d5.
Yeah, I mean it's still a draw. Because
f3.
I can go knight g2 even, or just keep checking.
Take and
Bishop
bishop
F8.
f8. Where is draw? Knight d5. No, knight d5. Where is draw?
Oh, I mean, I think it's very dangerous. Okay, probably with correct play, you can find some draw. King e2 maybe or something, but.
Rook a7 is already set.
Right away. Yes. This is true.
So I should play something like bishop c5.
That's probably takes. Yeah, but
B7.
rook b7.
Yeah.
Rook b7.
No, it's very difficult.
Yeah. B2 is coming. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So knight c4. Yes, knight c4 is completely correct move. No, not to play knight c4. Completely lost my concentration here.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, even the game is still a draw. I think if you play, even at the very end, I think after f4 it's still completely fine.
Yeah, most of the mistakes are happening when the course of the game is
No, I mean,
changing.
This is drawn.
Okay, but why even knight c4? Just rook d8, rook d7 even. It's just very simple draw.
Where?
Instead of knight c4, just rook d8, rook d7. Rook d8 check, king h7,
Ah,
rook d7.
I
Very
could
simple.
play this.
Yeah, in fact, I thought this was just very simple draw.
Rook d7.
Yeah.
So it was very simple though. Yes, but
Yeah, but even this also is.
yeah,
is
knight
fine.
c4 is completely normal move.
Okay, but here I can go rook f1 maybe. Rook f1 and rook d1. No, but okay, always rook d8, rook d7. Yeah, always. It's just a draw, of course.
So you got a present today, but still you are coming closer to 2800?
No.
Still feeling
Who?
quite good or not?
Well, okay, who cares? It's, just try not blunder. It's quite simple.
But in the end, Vasily was searching too much for the truth, unfortunately.
No, I mean, I think Vasily was always a little bit better, but I never saw a clear win. I mean, I didn't see it. Maybe the computers will give something, but I mean, I think objectively it was probably the correct play. Should be a draw, even though optically it looks much better for it.
And before was many interesting moments. For example, of course, here I played g3. Of course, if I want not lost the game, the simplest way takes here, push d4, takes, knight b3. I won't take, so d3 more or less
Yeah,
forces.
it's just very.
Queen
Yeah, we're
d3,
understanding, of course, this.
Queen d3,
We were
bishop,
discussing this possibility.
knight. So even I am slightly better here because black has to be careful with b pawn, but objectively more close to draw. But I played without any risks. So
Yes, it was,
if rook a2, knight d4.
Yeah, I was understanding that you were playing for a win because it was obvious that you were trying to.
Yes, but
Okay, but
probably.
here, I mean, even something like b4, for example.
Sorry,
Just b4.
b4 here
Yes.
takes and knight d4.
Bishop a4.
G3.
Okay, but. No, but g3.
I'm trying to win the pawn after G3.
No, but can I maybe take on c2 and go knight d3?
Then rook e3.
And some rook a. You just rook a2.
c4.
I win the
Knight
pawn.
d4.
No, but rook a2.
Rook a2.
Yes, rook d3 and then rook d4. I win
And
the
knight,
pawn.
knight c6, knight e5. Okay.
Okay.
You can play, but I
Yeah.
mean, it's a theoretical draw, of course.
Good.
Wait, no, you have this one. Sorry, I missed this order. You have this order, sorry.
Theoretical draw.
No, this one's winning. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I should play this. Here, okay, h6. Okay, this many
Now
pos-
quite easy play for white.
Mm.
Just play for a win without much risk.
This
Very
was
comfortable
interesting,
position.
of course. I'm not sure about evaluation of this position. I think I expected at least this.
I have the possibilities.
Yeah, I did, but I don't know. I didn't like it so much. I thought if white goes, but c4 maybe. Yeah, I think I was just worried about c4 and some slow play and eventual rook a1,
C4, I don't know, knight a5, for example.
queen a4.
Okay. Knight b7, knight e5.
Maybe to take on d5.
With the bishop, you mean?
Yes, with the bishop now.
Yes, so
After knight
c4.
e5. Because e5 is not possible, then e4 is
Bishop
coming, so you have
g4.
to-
Bishop g4. Okay.
E4. And then knight on c4 is coming.
What do you mean? You mean knight a5 here?
Yes.
Knight a5 and takes. Yeah, but
And
c
for
takes.
and then maybe knight b7, knight c5,
Yes, but
Yeah,
here,
that's true.
or knight
Okay,
d6 somehow.
I understood that if will be nothing better, I can
Maybe from the practical point of view, it
Takes,
is better to go to this
and
position.
takes on b4.
Fits your style.
No, but what do you can't go bishop a3 here.
Yes, bishop a3 also possible. So bishop
But
a3.
then bishop f8, you're not winning the pawn.
No, it feels loose, but maybe it's okay.
Yes, so
Yeah, it's probably okay. Yeah, the knight g3 is probably simpler, much simpler.
now probably knight c8 was interesting. I don't know. It's like
Yeah, knight c8, bishop d5.
bishop d5, knight e7. So were you playing?
Wait. Yeah, but actually I saw this knight c8, bishop b5, knight 7. Then I thought c4, and I didn't like this structure. I didn't like my knights, but maybe it's okay also.
Okay, one. Okay, I don't know. Maybe king h7 or bishop e6. Okay, because here more or less better already. Okay, I could change all the rooks. Okay, this was terrible moment for me because I couldn't see win and spend a lot of time. Maybe it was better something like this.
Go to queen h3.
Queen h3, knight d6. Knight.
Knight f6.
Yeah. Yes, maybe. It's okay. Yes, so here, so rook b5, but okay, maybe here something. But I couldn't. King c8, rook b8, knight d7, king f1. It's more close to draw. Might have some pressure. f6. It's a big problem.
But when did it start to go slightly worse for you? Your walking?
And maybe and maybe here was very interesting moment. King g2 here. This was, I think, correct.
Queen b7.
This. I have seen this idea, but then I don't know.
Okay, king h7, knight
a5.
queen c8.
Queen
Yeah, because g6 hangs. That's right. Yes. Bishop b6.
So the bishop f8, rook g6. I have seen this.
No, but I think here. Okay, here if I just take on b6.
Oh, okay, but this is clearly better for white. It's I'm not claiming that winning. It's rook d6 somehow.
Yeah, okay, white's better.
We should exchange the
Much
rooks,
better.
and then maybe h5 at some point to get the control over this guy.
I have seen this idea. I don't know why I didn't play this.
Were you searching for something forced, maybe?
Yes, but bishop d2 is nothing forced. So it's forcing. You should play. Okay.
I'm also not so convinced if I take everything on b6 that this one is winning either, this endgame. Bishop b6, I just take everything on b6.
Yeah,
I mean, even this one I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, I'm not claiming that this is winning, but it's excellent winning
Yeah, no,
chances.
of course it's,
F4, for example. Yes, so
Yeah,
it was no reason not play this. If I
But was
have
that,
idea,
if I go rook a8?
rook a8, rook d7.
Ah,
Bishop f8, rook g6. I have seen this, so I cannot explain why
no,
not to
it's
play.
better.
Maybe king h8.
Knight a5. King h8.
You want to be tricky here. Okay.
looks a little bit. Even queen a4, I can try.
Yeah, no, white is quite a bit better.
Yeah. Much better. So no logic to play bishop d2. So okay, here it's nothing forcing. Okay, it's rook b8 was also possible. Planning something like this, if rook a8, queen d1, but it's much better to play this.
Yeah, the main problem was not to allow the queen going out from the square e7, because when the queen went out
yes,
to
but
a4, immediately
why not play this?
counterplay.
I cannot explain this. It's something.
We were speaking with Boris Gelfand before, and he said that choices. Sometimes we don't take the correct ones. But, so
yes,
this is what happened.
Okay, I could understand if I didn't see this idea, but I have seen this.
What if I play something like rook e8, for example?
Rook a8?
E8.
E8?
E8, yes.
Takes.
Rook 8. There's queen b3, knight c5.
Knight a5.
Knight a5.
So, okay, rook e8.
No, because I just want to go through the h6 trick.
But what is your idea if I playing something?
Just rook e7.
Rook bishop d8, knight c5. Queen a3 or knight e.
Yeah, no, this is bad. This is bad. Yeah, of
So
course.
it's very clear. It's very big advantage. Even bishop b4 may be possible with more or less same idea, but okay, it's maybe less clear, but maybe also possible. With idea knight a5, maybe. But bishop b6 looks.
Yes, it's better for one.
Much better for one.
So I ask again my question: when was your play between precise that you ended up in?
No, so somewhere around move 20, roughly. No, when I didn't play knight g3, somewhere around here, I just started playing. I played like one or two bad moves in a row, and yeah, it's just better for white. Okay, I still felt that after that I defended fairly well. But yeah, okay. Things happen.
Yeah. And in the end, Vasily thought for too long, but thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Vasily, for sitting here and sharing your opinion.
We've just finished following the tragic press conference for Vasily, and of course it's a great pity that he lost today in a stupid way at the final position when it was an easy draw for him. So in the middle game he had huge advantage, very big advantage, and then suddenly he lost on time, and it is a very big pity. Now only one game is remaining on board, and this is the game Pressinier-Tomaszewski. So let us look what is going there. We have left the board after the move rook b6, and it was move number 48. So now rook b6, bishop b6, king e4, bishop f2, king f3. Now bishop d4 has been played. So since the pawns of white are situated on the same color as white, f4, g3, h4, it means that white king cannot move to the queen side in order to try to win this pawn b5. It means that sooner or later white has played g4 or f5 and tried to exchange two of his pawns. And having one passed pawn on the king side, then at some point he must go with the king to the queen side to try to win this pawn b5 and maybe to push this pawn further. So let's see at the course of the game. Knight d3 has just been played, king f6, king e4, bishop g1, b3, king e6. So knight b3 has been played. Now king e6, knight e5, king f6, and it is obvious that white cannot make any progress without playing maybe f5 or g4 later. So let's see what went further. Knight d3, king e6, knight c1, bishop f2, knight e1. So white is trying to regroup his pieces. Bishop e1 now. Of course, white cannot go and win this pawn on b5 because his pawn on g3 is still hanging. King f3, b4, knight c2, bishop c3, king e4, king e6. So the players just moving the pieces here and there, and finally white decided to play f5. Oh no, first knight e3 has been played, bishop e1, and now f5. Exchange, knight e5, king f6. Of course, this position looks pretty drawish, but of course there are always chances to win this game. King f4, bishop c3, knight e3, bishop e5, king f3. So bishop is better placed on d6, protecting the pawn on b4 and also keeping eye on the pawn g3. And now knight c4. It is quite obvious that at some point white must play g4 and later after exchange white has to march with the king to the king side to try to win this pawn on b4. Meantime black will try to win h4 pawn, and then he must be in time for the king to return to the queen side and stop this b pawn. The ending looks drawish for me, and of course still there are practical chances, but I don't see how with the correct play it is possible for white to win this game. So let's see and wait. Maybe Laurent will be trying to use his time advantage because he is leading on time. He has 20 minutes left against 6 minutes on his opponent. Of course, with the time going away, it will be much more difficult to defend, but still, even at this moment, I don't understand why Yevgeny is thinking when obviously he just have to make the move with the bishop. Okay, let's see and wait what will be the following developments in this game. To make a small update about the happening in the game Fresnye Tomaszewski, I'm back online, and let us look together at the remaining moves played. After knight c4, bishop e7 was played, king e4, now bishop f8. So if white goes with the king to the queen side, then black king will become active and go to the square f5, g4, and attack the pawn on g3. So white is not free with his king e4 to go to the queen's side. So the only winning idea for white lies when he plays g3, g4, exchanging the pawn h. Then white will have the pawn h remaining. Then white must give up this pawn and try to move with the king to c4 to win this pawn on b4, and then try to block the bishop f8 from stopping this pawn. At the same time, black with his king from h4 must try to return to the center and to the queen side as quickly as possible. But it does not look like white is going to win this game, and it is pretty obvious that with the correct play, black should be able to hold without much problems. But of course, only 3 minutes left for Evgeny Tomaszewski until the end of the game, and then when you don't have much time left, there is always a space for the blunder, for the mistake. So Loren has much more time left, about 15 minutes left, so he can try to use this time in order to create some problems. But of course, this position is rather simple, and only big blunder can force black to lose here. I don't see this happening, and with the correct play, this game should end in a draw. Of course, when Evgeny will be playing only on a 50-second increment, it will be much spectacular to follow this game. So far, it is pretty simple and not very exciting. So just we must look at the games, at the moves that are being made. So Ron is thinking how to go further. Knight f4 has been played in h6. So very long game today. So king f3. King is finally going to the square f3 in order to help to conduct this move g4. So bishop d6 has been played. Now, sooner or later, white has to play g4. Without playing g4, it is not possible to make any further progress. Then after exchange on g4, white can try to put the knight on f5, the pawn on h5, then move the king on c4, with the king on h7 being cut away, so white can win some time. Then the knight goes to d5, at the same time black takes on h5, white takes on b4, and then black tries to move his king as quickly as possible in the direction of the square b8. And since white pawn is still on b3, it takes a lot of time to push this time further, and in the meantime black king will be close enough to the square b8. So really nothing bad should happen for black in this position. But still, Laurent Fressinet is thinking, he's working hard in order to find the hidden resources in this position. Okay, let's see and wait. I am now back. Although several moves have been played in this game, nothing serious has changed, so the game goes exactly according to the prediction. So white has played g4, h g4, king g4, bishop e5, Now a couple of moves that don't change anything. Knight d3, bishop c3, knight c5, bishop d2, knight e4, bishop c1. So just white moving pieces here and there. He doesn't want to win anything, no direct threat. And then sooner or later white has to play h5. Then bring the knight to f5, and afterwards start the march of the king to the square c4. We've already been talking about this before. So just we have to wait. Of course it is a little bit dull to sit at the moment and to look at the game where not so many things are happening. But let's see and wait. Knight g3 has been played. The idea, as I said to you, to play knight f5. So bishop d2 has been played. Basically, black can do anything he wants in this position. He just needs to be careful not to put the bishop on the square e3. The knight f5 will be the check, and then white wins. So far, so good. The black bishop is now placed on a safe square, where it cannot be eaten by the check. I see now on video that another score sheet has been taken, so one score sheet is enough to write down 80 moves. So now it is going to move number 81. H5 finally has been played, everything according to a prediction. So then knight f5 will follow. Of course it is possible even to play king g7, and after knight f5, king f6, in order not to allow white to cut off the king from the square. Basically everything here makes a draw in this position. Yes, but of course this is not necessary. Now I see that bishop c3, a simple move has been played. So now knight f5 must be played. Then after king h7, white must play king f4, e4, d5, c4, and try to win this pawn on b4. King g5 has just been played. So probably white has the idea to play h6, king h5, and then to try to transfer the knight to g5. But of course this is not working as well. So bishop d2 is a simple check to avoid all plans and ideas connected with the move h6. So king f6 has just been played. So it is necessary, it is possible to do practically everything. Bishop c3 check. So really it doesn't matter where to move with the bishop. Yeah, bishop c3 check has been given. Now the king has to go to c4. Yes, king e6 has been played. So black has simply to wait until the king comes to c4, and then the knight comes to the square d5, trying to eat this pawn on b4. Bishop d2 has been played. Basically it doesn't matter where the bishop is going. King d5 now. Bishop c3. Here white can try kind of trick in order to try to win the tempo. Maybe now Laurent is thinking where to put the king first, to c5 or c4. Then maybe white wins an additional tempo in this game. But even if white manages to win a tempo, it is still irrelevant for the outcome of this game. King c4 has been played, so now the most accurate is to play bishop d2 now. Yes, it has been played. Yeah, king c5. Now the normal move is bishop c3 in order not to lose time. Bishop e1 is also possible with the idea knight e3, bishop f2, king d4, king h6. Now king b5. Very interesting approach. Where is this king going? To a4? But basically it doesn't matter, because the king on a4 is doing nothing. Even after taking this pawn on b4, we must have the king on c4 in order to try the close diagonal a5, e1. Yes, simply bishop c3. King c4 has been played. We already had this position on board. Now bishop d2 must follow. Yes, it has been played. Varan Frassini is demonstrating a very good fighting spirit in this game. Yeah, he's trying to win. Unfortunately for him, the position is too simple to make any kind of mistakes here. So already 90 moves played, and here in this tournament, oh, finally knight e7 has been played, so the knight goes to take this pawn on b4, king h6, now knight d5, king h5, knight b4, and now king goes to the square b8, so king g6, so the only square for the knight is knight d5, so here the best way is to play bishop a5 in order to prevent closing of this diagonal. Also king f7, king e6 and king d7 of course makes a draw, so basically anything here in this position makes a draw. Now king f7, now the only move is knight c3, oh before, so finally, yes finally, so it should have happened maybe 1.5 hours ago, but now the game is officially drawn, and at the moment Evgeny Tomashevsky remains the only player in the tournament with all 8 games drawn. Of course this is not a record, so there are cases with many more draws in a single tournament in a row, so he still has a long way to go, 3 more rounds left, and now we are waiting for the players to come here to participate in the last press conference of the day. I'm now saying bye bye to you, so we will see each other in just how many hours? In not in 24 hours as usually, but in 41 hour, and then I will be continuing my live coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. So tomorrow is a rest day. I hope the players will recharge their batteries, because we see that they are already becoming tired with mistakes, blunders, and of course it is a natural thing for such a strong and difficult tournament with Sophia rules, when you don't have possibility to make a quick draw, to have rest, so all the games are hardly fought. Nevertheless, I'm going now offline, and please stay tuned for the press conference.
and this. Yeah. Welcome back to the last press conference of today. It was a very long and hard-fought game between Laurent Fressinet and Evgeny Tomashevsky. Laurent, you didn't break the solid play of the Russian grandmaster.
Well, I mean, my position, I think, I mean, I liked it, and I knew, I mean, around here, yeah. I mean, he has to play, if he has to play 95, then I will have my play with A4, because the point is, if I play A4 immediately, then always 95 is very unpleasant, and I don't know what to do here. So, okay, it was pleasant. Around here, I think I misplayed it. I should play maybe Rook A1. And then it was about equal during time travel, and then suddenly...
Well, but here I think key moment is after Rook 8. After Rook 8, I think I have no any problems after knight c5 immediately.
No, of course, I misplayed it. I agree. I should...
so
I
was to force a draw, but I totally forgot about Rook a5 and...
yeah, and then it's some, I mean, big trouble after trouble, but I didn't see how to win.
Yeah, maybe king d3 here was the
yeah, king d3.
King d3 here was winning, and suddenly...
Why not king? I mean, I just didn't see.
Yeah. Knight f5?
But you get... No?
No idea.
Why no idea?
And here something like Rook a8 probably.
Rook?
Rook a8 probably, or Rook a6 firstly. Yeah,
Rook a6, Rook b6, okay.
Rook a6, Rook b6, and here Rook a8. Or a7 probably. It's totally winning.
Totally winning.
I have no moves simply.
I should keep it, I should keep this. Yeah, probably too. I thought this was winning.
So it was my last chance.
No, but here I mean, here I'm much better. Here I mean, you didn't, I think I should take an okay one.
But you was afraid of g5, yeah?
Yeah, but okay, I was always afraid.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I mean, just I'm not sure what you of course you're slightly better, but I'm not sure if it matches if I simply play Rook c7 instead of g5.
Okay, but c7, then I get the line. I mean, I get everything, yeah, because I'm better here and I'm better.
No, queen c5, and what's my problem? Knight d7.
Knight d7.
And what?
But even 92.
Just take on c3.
Yeah. Take on c3. Yeah. Okay, I should avoid. Yeah, no, but here I mean here you don't move, yeah.
But why I want to play Rook queen before. I have idea.
Okay, queen d2.
Queen d2, yes. I was thinking about it, and after queen b2, Rook b8.
I think I'm just but.
Rook b8, Rook b7, Rook a7.
Yeah, okay.
But
no, okay, no, but
can you convert your?
No, I'm sure. 92. Yeah, of course, 92 now.
92. I have Rook b8.
Rook b8.
Simply Rook b8.
No, queen d2 maybe first, then knight
and
d2.
what about how to play here? Taking on the d4 is not a treat, because if I take c5 and c4, what's my problem here? Yeah, of course it's slightly better, but I think not a big advantage. Slightly better, yes, it's much more comfortable to play with white.
No, okay, queen d2, Rook b8. Yeah, I thought I was close.
Yeah, but the opening is very important because strategically black's position is dangerous, and it's very important.
Just like this. Or knight h3, knight f2, f4. So I was considering this during the
Rook b6.
Rook b7. Rook b6.
Rook b7 is bishop f7 and b4 is winning. This is idea. Rook b6 probably is the only move.
Yeah, but bishop f7, knight
but still
bishop f7, knight f3, what? And what?
And then queen h6, knight f4.
Yeah, bishop b7. Rook b7. What? Bishop take and knight f3.
It's okay, even see this, huh?
Are you on c3?
c3, d takes c3, b takes c3.
Okay, you have a treat of c3. So, probably I need to play before, but it's clearly better for white.
No, but okay, I mean, I like, okay, we have
but of course, rook a8.
It's of course, it's not losing, but I mean, it just, so unpleasant, especially maybe objectively speaking.
Yeah,
it's
but I think the critical
when I get
moment
the line-
was when I played Queen B7 on the 21st move.
I think
Probably Queen B7 is.
no, but okay, here I could also play F3. Maybe F3 first. That's better. I was hesitating to insert King G2 H5, but I think F3, Queen F2, Knight E2. I think King G7 is very. It's not a happy move because then everything is working for me. Never G5 is coming because of Knight H5.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but in the game H5, F3, you played.
But
it was very important question if I play Knight D7 instead of Queen B6.
yes.
Knight D7 was interesting instead of Queen
Knight D7.
Knight D7 is very risky one.
That's what? Knight G4.
G4, yeah, G4 is no, it's very dangerous position, and Bishop E5.
That's losing.
Take on H5. This, even this one, take. Why would
Take where?
Take.
Okay, well,
Bishop F6.
I don't know, H5. Queen G3.
Queen G3, Knight C5.
Yeah, but I get initiative.
Rook H.
Okay, sorry,
Rook
I
H-
take first.
Rook H8.
I take first, you
No,
play.
take.
Queen G4.
Rook H8. No,
That's
probably
right.
take on A1, Rook H8.
Okay, I take. Take. Rook H8, Rook H1. Knight G3, H5.
Take on B3, and
B8.
what is your big threat?
F5, H5.
Probably
Knight F1.
Queen A7 simply. Queen A7 H5.
Okay, maybe it's just I played too fast, but
No,
it's very risky for you.
Yeah, Knight D7. I think the most principal line I refused of it because of Knight take on H5.
And what?
Knight take on H5. Sorry, instead of Knight E2. Knight take on H5, so I refused it. F4.
Okay.
But
And okay, if I just play simple, just I want to know, if I take here,
if I
Knight F6 or
Knight C5.
pawn, right? Knight C5, right? And pawn?
No, B8.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's not.
No,
so
this
easy
is not
for
okay.
white.
No, I agree. I should play F4.
Probably BA is after 92. BA is stronger.
Let me mate.
Yeah, sorry.
BA.
BA instead of H.
Yeah, you have always. So I take. Okay, I can take
BA.
first.
Take
No. I when you play 97, I take.
No.
I take.
97. Take.
And I play G4.
Take on A1.
No, I take on A8. Sorry. Yes.
Queen take on queen take.
Queen take and G4.
Yeah, G4.
Yeah,
Bishop
yeah.
F5.
Now 92. So
92 take. And Bishop F6. H5. Looks interesting.
You know,
And are you sure? And rook,
No,
what
I'm
about
sure.
rook H8?
How can you push? Yeah.
C5.
E5.
C5.
C5 check. Ooh,
Check.
Okay. Knight G3 maybe. Okay,
Yeah, but for what? You probably are just winning with knight takes on H5.
Knight takes on H5, yeah. Okay.
So
No,
I
but
was afraid on this.
yeah, this would be.
So my knight must stay on F5.
No, I think you have table position. I mean, I was thinking about this. What do you play?
Yeah, but
G4.
in general, strategically, black's position is dangerous, and if I not to play with precise moves.
What do you play after King H? It's very funny
King
move.
H3.
No, G4 is coming.
And
It's not
what? No, simply rook H8 and
I take on B5.
take. Problem you.
Not so easy because knight H5.
Funny.
But okay, I was not up to the task, you know, to play King H3 is a bit. No, it's interesting, but I felt rook H1 maybe much.
Yeah, King H3 was.
No, but I don't need to do this, yeah. If something goes wrong, yeah. But.
Yeah, but it's probably it's a principal play,
Now
but
you can
after
take on
that.
G4 and Bishop H4.
Yeah, but this is losing. Queen H4, rook H8, knight H5.
No, but
I think it's just.
Yeah, so sorry. Queen takes.
Queen takes. Okay. See, I saw Queen F6 first. Okay.
Yeah, but
but
sorry,
I don't see
what are you doing with my position? And
yeah.
King H3 looks not so convincingly.
No, okay, yeah, no, of course it's a bit. It's King H3.
Yeah, so yeah, but in the game you played much more safe way, and
yeah, I played too safe. I'm so tired after all these games that I felt that I was losing the trend, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, but it was
Still you played for 7 hours.
yeah, no,
it
today
was very interesting game.
Yeah, very. I think how so I thought I was.
Yeah, but here if I play simply knight c5, I'm totally okay. I think instead of knight b6.
Evgeny, I don't understand. Why did you play rook a8, not knight d7?
Knight d7, g4, I think.
My
might is coming.
No, I think you. No, of course. No, now it's a door. Even bishop d8, I was ready to make a door.
Bishop d8, I think you can take at knight g5.
Yeah, okay.
It's slightly unpleasant for me.
Yeah, okay, but anyway.
Yeah, but I can take after knight c5. Probably I have no any problems at all.
No, I agree. I thought it was a door. I thought I misplayed it and I played too,
Yeah, problem.
Too safe. And I changed queen.
Yes, I was afraid of rook h1, of course. But
no, yes, of course. I mean, this is I don't know why. I mean,
so we can only discuss the size of white's advantage, but white had advantage obviously, but it's hard to say was it decisive or critical or slight. It's on the principle.
Yeah, you feel it's slight, and I feel it's. I mean, stronger. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. One of us is maybe right, maybe it's nothing, maybe it's decisive. Okay,
and
we have to.
Is in the middle, and the truth is always in the middle.
Yeah, the toss is not so simple. So I don't know. I played too. I was feeling not so good during the game. I mean, I was feeling a bit tired, and okay, I wanted to play safe and to avoid any kind of counterplay, but it was not such a way. But then Evgeny also.
Knight b6 was a terrible blunder because of I totally forgot about rook e5 and plus I forgot about the square and
c5 c4.
Yes, of course, c5 c4
and I win some tempo. Huh?
Yes, so probably I can play c5 here or not.
What?
Not c5 instead of knight b6, or it's too risky. Probably.
What? c5.
If bishop d5, knight b6. No, so knight f4. Knight f4, c4, and I was
good play here. I mean,
I was going to make this, but I was afraid of something like bishop a2 and king h3 and compensation. But probably black is
at least not worse. No,
yeah,
I was a
knight c5 probably only black can play for an advantage.
No, but I misplayed it so badly that okay.
But suddenly king f2 was a very strong move, and I was thinking that c5 you must play knight d2, and here bishop e7, king f3, f5, and probably black is okay. But king f2 is probably king f2 c4 was the principle.
Yeah. Okay. C4, I just come with the king.
No, yes. C4 and king b2, c3.
No, I think just losing. Because no line for the rook.
Yes, it was dangerous.
Okay, you have this beautiful pawn, and so I just don't care. I can even put the knight maybe. And I will play d4. I think I'm just okay. I don't know.
It looks dangerous, but
okay, white is pressing.
You have very safe position without any problems. But probably here I can play something like bishop d8 and bishop d6.
Yeah. Okay.
So
no, but maybe it's not so easy.
To do something f5 and f5 and I create some counterplay. No?
Yeah. True.
So it was much better.
Yeah, but I knew in time travel you would not probably not.
C4, it's hard to go to this position, but I missed before. So in time travel, I missed in the slide that I can't play bishop f6 here because of e5, take on e5 and just take on b5.
Yeah, just take on b5.
Dead lost. Yeah. So probably after before white is winning.
Okay. I was thinking that this is.
Yeah, but it's losing by force. Okay, taking bishop b6 f5.
Yeah, that's what it is. Take here.
Take here bc, yes.
But this is then.
Just losing.
So what compared to the game? I'm tempo up. Okay. No,
you can it's even better for you.
No, okay, so rook a6, rook a6 was
So it was my final trap to go to this end game, and I had calculated it a lot, and
you think so? This end game, you think it's a draw, yeah?
no, I don't think it's a draw, but I think it's very hard to win for black, and but I didn't see a clear way to the victory. It sounds
So
funny,
let's see,
but
maybe king this way, yeah?
game this way just win, probably 95 also.
I was playing fast, yeah, because I was not anyway. I couldn't calculate these things, so I thought at least I.
Yeah, but
it's
hard to believe that such position can be drawish.
Yeah, no. After rook a6, I thought I win the pawn, and okay, I should be winning, yeah. But because you have these b pawns, and okay, at some point I win.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it wins or not.
I
But I wasn't thinking about it too much because of it was not my problem. It was my last chance, and anyway, I must play and must try it. And after that, if it's winning, okay. But my position was losing totally. Was totally lost. And,
yes. I don't see it. So okay, 6, yeah, you said.
So I was afraid of this plan, of this human plan during
what?
the preparation.
Bishop b6? Yes?
Maybe.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, bishop b6, and what was my next move?
We don't care about your next move. What's in my
B4.
It's 1-1.
Bishop c7 maybe.
Yes. I agree.
King g6, or knight g6, king g4.
Takes on g5, g6 with rook.
With the rook?
Take, with rook, take.
Why not king?
Нет, rook takes on g5. G6.
And then
rook is winning, yeah.
And rook g5, yeah? This is
not win, it's immediately resign.
This is... No, this was easy, yeah?
No, but anyway...
Because I saw 95 and 95 was not working so well, I don't know. Because of bishop, I think.
And here also can play d3, no? Some chances.
Why not bishop d6?
Yeah, and bishop d6 also. Yeah, but only king d3 I think was a clear way. And after that, probably in analyze white can find the victory, but I'm not sure. Probably this endgame.
The second half of point is going away by Laurent.
What?
The second half of point is going away.
Second half point? I mean, come on, it's 1.5. I mean, against Shuki, I was completely winning.
So I was afraid of this variation during the preparation, but
but okay.
Nevertheless, I didn't expect a4 today because I don't know what, and I didn't repeat.
Okay, but C is not a computer move. So
yeah, of course, but I realize that this position is strategically dangerous for black.
Okay, at least I don't know if it's worse, but it's just very pleasant to play.
But it looks
yes, it's
easy,
pleasant to play, but I hadn't analyzed it like a scheme, but. So if you analyze it before the game, it's easy to play. But if you analyze it months ago and probably 2 months ago, it's hard to remember.
Okay, just a minute.
With the variation with this.
But this position is very complicated.
Innocent. Yeah, very innocent.
Complicated.
How we can play bishop e6 at some point. So this is it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting idea.
Even here, bishop e6 immediately.
Not so easy, no? Maybe. Okay, I just. How do you improve? Yeah. You come back, yeah.
Yeah, I think no. You don't need to go back probably before.
On 95.
No, but 90 is already. I just.
Probably before and after that.
No, but it was hard. Okay.
So.
No, king. I agree. As it was. I misjudged the descending. I thought it was just a win for white. Okay.
Well, still tomorrow is a free day. We can take our rest. Thank you very much for your thoughts on the game. It was very interesting.